Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. I'm so happy to have you here again, because today we're beginning a brand new journey into a place that feels like a dream, mysterious, calm, and breathtakingly beautiful. Welcome to the series, The Silent Evenings of the Greek Archipelago, where every island hides a story, every sunset carries a secret, and every quiet wave seems to whisper something ancient into the wind. When we think of Greece, we often imagine bright blue seas, whitewashed houses, crowded markets, and lively streets full of music and laughter, but there is another Greece that exists beyond the postcards, beyond the tourist crowds, and beyond the daytime noise. It's a Greece that awakens when the sun begins to sink, when the sky turns golden and the sea becomes a mirror, when the narrow stone pathways grow quiet, and the islands begin to breathe in silence. That is the world we are stepping into today, a world of peaceful harbors, shadowed olive trees, distant bells echoing across hills, and lantern lights flickering like tiny stars along the coastline. In this series, we won't just explore islands as locations, we will explore them as living memories, as timeless witnesses of history, myth, love, loss, and hope. Because the Greek islands are not only made of land and sea, they are made of legends, and every silent evening carries the weight of countless generations who lived, dreamed, and disappeared into the pages of time. Imagine yourself standing on a cliff as the last sunlight touches the horizon, the wind softly brushing your face, the smell of salt and wild herbs floating through the air, and the distant sound of waves breaking gently against the rocks below. The world feels slower, almost as if time itself has decided to rest for a while. In moments like these, the islands feel like they're speaking, not loudly, not in words, but in emotions, in atmosphere, in that strange feeling that something sacred is hidden just beneath the surface of ordinary life. And that's what makes these evenings so powerful. They are quiet, yet full of meaning. They are simple, yet unforgettable. They feel lonely, yet strangely comforting, as if the silence is not empty but alive. Throughout this series, we will travel across the scattered gems of the Greek archipelago, through small fishing villages where old men sit outside cafes without speaking much, through narrow alleys where footsteps echo softly, through ancient ruins where broken stones still hold stories of gods and heroes, and through beaches where the sea glows under the moonlight like liquid silver. We will witness sunsets that look like fire across the sky, and nights where the stars seem closer than anywhere else on Earth. But more than that, we will uncover the unseen side of these islands, the emotions that live inside them, the hidden tales that locals don't always share, and the silent history that rests in every corner. Some evenings will feel romantic, like the beginning of a love story that destiny itself arranged. Some will feel haunting, like a forgotten promise floating in the air. Some will feel peaceful, like the universe has finally given you permission to breathe. And some will feel mysterious, like you've stepped into a place where myth and reality overlap. Because in Greece, myths were never just stories, they were once believed to be real, and in the quiet evenings of these islands, it's easy to understand why. The sea becomes dark and endless like a doorway to another world, and the wind carries voices that sound like they belong to ancient times. You may even start to wonder if somewhere beyond the horizon, the gods are still watching. So if you love stories filled with atmosphere, beauty, and deep emotion, then you're in the perfect place. This series is for those who enjoy slow, immersive storytelling, where the setting itself becomes a character, and where silence can be more powerful than dialogue. It's for those who want to escape the noise of daily life and travel somewhere calm, somewhere timeless, somewhere that feels like poetry. So grab your headphones, sit back, and let your imagination sail with me across the Aegean and beyond. Because tonight, we're not just watching a video, we're stepping into a silent evening where the sky melts into the sea, where the islands glow softly under fading light, and where every quiet moment feels like a secret waiting to be discovered. And trust me, this is only the beginning. If you're excited for this journey, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and stay with me until the end, because each episode will take us deeper into the heart of these magical islands. Now, let's begin our story. Let's step into the silent evening of the Greek archipelago. The first evening of our journey begins with a ferry cutting slowly through the Aegean Sea, its white trail stretching behind like a ribbon laid across deep blue glass, and as the sun lowers toward the horizon the Greek archipelago rises from the water in scattered silhouettes, some islands sharp and rocky like sleeping beasts, others soft and rounded like ancient hills resting under a warm sky. The air smells of salt, sun-heated metal, and distant herbs carried by the wind, and passengers on the deck speak in low voices as if the sea itself demands respect, because here the water feels older than memory, and every wave seems to carry a story from a time when gods were still believed to walk among men. Ahead, the island we are approaching looks quiet, almost shy, a cluster of white houses clinging to a slope above a small harbor, and as the ferry draws closer the details become clearer, the blue doors, the narrow balconies, the fishing boats bobbing gently, the little cafe tables lined up near the waterfront like they are waiting for the night to begin. When the ferry docks, there is no loud rush, no chaotic crowd, only the steady rhythm of footsteps on the ramp and the soft creak of ropes being tied, and the island welcomes us with a silence that feels like a blessing. A narrow road leads upward from the harbor, and walking it feels like stepping into a painting where the colors are clean and bright, yet softened by the evening light, and the stones underfoot are smooth from centuries of travel, shaped by countless shoes, sandals, and bare feet. The houses are close together, their walls glowing pale gold as the sun touches them one last time, and between them small alleys twist like secrets, revealing sudden views of the sea framed by flowering bougainvillea and hanging laundry that moves gently like flags of everyday life. Somewhere a radio plays faintly behind a window, not loud enough to break the calm, only enough to remind you that people live here, that the island is not a museum but a breathing home. As we climb higher, the harbor grows smaller below, and the sea expands outward, a wide shimmering field that catches the final sunlight in scattered sparks, and the sky begins its slow transformation from blue to orange, from orange to pink, from pink to purple, like a curtain changing colors before the start of a sacred performance. At the top of the hill stands a small chapel, white and simple, with a bell tower that has watched over the island longer than most families can remember, and beside it a stone bench worn smooth by time. Sitting there, you feel the wind more strongly, and it carries the scent of wild thyme and dry earth, and when you close your eyes for a moment you can almost imagine the ancient world rising around you, ships with dark sails, warriors returning from distant wars, poets staring at the horizon searching for words that could hold the sea's endless emotion. The silence here is not empty. It is full, heavy with the quiet presence of history, and even the birds seem to glide without disturbing it. As the sun finally touches the water, the entire island seems to pause, as if every person, every cat, every olive tree is watching the same moment, and when the sun slips beneath the horizon the sea swallows it without a sound, leaving behind a faint red glow that fades slowly like a memory you don't want to lose. Lights begin to appear one by one, first in the harbor, then in the houses, then along the winding paths, and the island changes from a place of sunlight to a place of lanterns, shadows, and soft murmurs. Walking back down toward the village, the air cools, and the stone walls release the heat they held all day, making the night feel gentle rather than cold. In the square near the harbor, a few locals sit at a cafe, their faces relaxed, their voices low, their laughter quiet and warm, and an old man stirs his coffee slowly as if he has all the time in the world, as if time here is not something to chase but something to share. A cat weaves between chairs with the confidence of an island king, and a young woman carries a tray of glasses that catch the lamplight like tiny stars. The sea beside the harbor is darker now, almost black, but it reflects the lights of the village in trembling lines that dance with every movement of the water, and watching them feels hypnotic, like the island is writing secret messages across the surface. Farther along the waterfront, fishing boats rest quietly, their nets folded like sleeping wings, and you can tell that the fishermen will rise before dawn, long before the tourists wake, long before the cafes fill, to meet the sea again in its earliest mood. For now, though, the island belongs to the evening, and the evening belongs to silence. We find a small tavern tucked into a side street, its doorway glowing warmly, and inside the smell of grilled fish, lemon, olive oil, and fresh bread wraps around you like comfort. There is no loud music, only the gentle clink of plates and the soft conversation of people who don't need to shout to feel alive. The owner greets us with a nod and a smile that carries the kindness of someone who has watched many strangers arrive and leave, yet still treats each one as if they matter. We sit near the open window where we can see the moon rising over the sea, and as the food arrives, simple, honest, full of flavor, it feels like the island is feeding not just our hunger but our tiredness, our need for peace. Outside, the alleys are quieter now, and the footsteps of late walkers echo softly against the stone, and somewhere a bell rings once, not as an alarm but as a reminder that the night has truly begun. When we finally step back into the open air, the sky is filled with stars, brighter than they ever look in busy cities, and the sea is a vast dark mirror beneath them, making it feel as if the universe has doubled itself. Standing there, you realize why these islands have inspired so many stories, because they make you feel small, yet safe, like you are a single heartbeat inside something eternal. And that is the magic of the Greek Archipelago's silent evenings. They don't demand anything from you, they don't rush you, they simply invite you to listen, to breathe, to remember that beauty can exist without noise. This is only our first evening, our first island, our first taste of the quiet wonder waiting across the scattered lands of Greece, and as we leave the harbor behind and follow the moonlit path upward once more, one truth becomes clear: the silence here is not loneliness, it is a language, and the islands are speaking. The second evening arrives with a different kind of hush, softer and more intimate, as if the island itself has grown familiar with our presence and now invites us deeper into its quiet heart. The day had been bright and gentle, filled with the smell of sun-warmed stone and the distant glitter of water, but as late afternoon slips toward dusk we leave the busy edge of the harbor behind and follow a narrow path that winds through terraces of olive trees and low, stubborn shrubs that cling to the rocky soil. The air is calmer here, away from the open sea wind, and every step seems to stir a faint scent of crushed herbs underfoot, thyme, sage, and something wild and sweet that feels like the island's own perfume. Ahead, the path curves around a hillside and reveals a small village tucked into the slope, not the kind that appears on travel brochures, but a quiet cluster of homes where life moves slowly and people still greet one another by name. The houses are painted in pale tones, their shutters faded from years of sun, and the walls carry tiny cracks like wrinkles on an old face, proof that time has touched everything gently but continuously. As we enter the village, we hear almost nothing at first, no engines, no loud music, no hurried voices, only the distant cluck of a hen, the soft scrape of a broom against stone, and the occasional bark of a dog that sounds more curious than aggressive. The evening light falls at an angle that makes every surface glow, turning even the simplest doorway into something beautiful, and shadows stretch across the narrow lanes like dark ribbons. An elderly woman sits outside her home with a bowl of figs, her hands moving slowly as she sorts them, and when she looks up her eyes are calm, as if she has seen enough years to understand that the world is always changing yet somehow always the same. She nods at us without surprise, as if travelers wandering through at sunset is just another small detail in the long story of the island. We continue walking, and soon the village opens into a tiny square where a single plane tree spreads its branches wide like a guardian, its leaves rustling gently above a stone fountain that drips water in a steady rhythm. A few men sit on a bench nearby, their conversations low and unhurried, and the sound of their voices blends into the evening like background music meant only to make the silence feel warmer. Somewhere close, a church bell rings once, not loudly, but clearly, a sound that seems to settle into the air and remind everyone that night is approaching. We follow the sound toward a small chapel at the edge of the village, and there we find a view that steals the breath away, the sea in the distance, glowing with the last orange light, and the island scattered across it like dark stepping stones leading to the horizon. The sky is painted in layers now, orange fading into rose, rose fading into purple, and the first faint stars appear like shy sparks, hesitant but growing brighter by the minute. Standing there, the world feels suspended between two realities, the warm, familiar life of the village behind us and the endless mystery of the sea before us. It's in this moment that you understand why silent evenings in the Greek archipelago feel so powerful, because they make you aware of everything at once, the closeness of human life and the vastness of nature, the comfort of belonging and the pull of the unknown. As the sun finally disappears, the temperature drops just enough to make you wrap your arms around yourself, and the air carries a faint chill that feels refreshing after the heat of the day. Lanterns begin to glow in windows, and the village transforms into a constellation of small lights, each one a sign of someone preparing for dinner, for rest, for another day to end quietly. We wander back toward the square, and the scent of food begins to drift through the streets, grilled vegetables, garlic, fresh bread, and the sharp, bright smell of lemon. A small taverna near the fountain has set out a few tables, and the owner, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, wipes down the wood as if preparing a stage for a nightly ritual. We sit down, and the chair feels cool beneath us, the stone around us holding the last traces of warmth. A glass of water arrives first, cold and clear, and then a plate of olives that taste like the sea and the sun combined, bitter and rich at the same time. The owner speaks softly, recommending the catch of the day, and when the food comes it is simple but perfect: fish grilled with herbs, potatoes roasted in olive oil, a salad of tomatoes so red they look unreal, and feta that crumbles like snow. Eating here doesn't feel like a meal you rush through. It feels like a conversation with the island itself, each bite carrying the patience of people who have cooked the same way for generations. Around us, the locals talk quietly, sometimes laughing, sometimes pausing to listen to the silence as if it is part of the evening's entertainment. A child runs across the square, chasing a cat that darts away with effortless grace, and the sound of the child's footsteps echoes briefly before being swallowed by the night. Above, the sky is now fully dark, and the stars are brighter than before, scattered in such numbers that it feels impossible to count them. The sea, unseen from the square, is still present in the air, in the scent, in the faint sound of waves far below, and you can sense it like a living creature resting beyond the hills. After dinner, we walk slowly through the village again, and the streets are almost empty now, the day's movement replaced by the deep calm of night. A window is open somewhere, and we hear a soft song playing. Not loud enough to disturb, only enough to make the night feel more human. The chapel stands quietly in the darkness, its white walls glowing faintly under moonlight, and for a moment we stop and listen, truly listen, to what the island is offering. It is not just quiet, it is a kind of peace that feels rare in the modern world, a reminder that life does not always need speed or noise to be meaningful. The Greek Archipelago, in its silent evenings, teaches you something without words, that beauty can be gentle, that time can slow, and that sometimes the most unforgettable moments are the ones where nothing dramatic happens at all. As we leave the village and return to the path, the moon rises higher, turning the stones pale and silver, and the sea in the distance becomes a dark, endless presence. We walk with the feeling that we have stepped into something sacred, something timeless, and even though this is only our second evening, the islands already feel like they are weaving themselves into our memory, thread by thread, silence by silence, until we realize we are no longer just visiting, we are becoming part of their story. The third evening finds us on the edge of the sea again, but this time the silence feels deeper, as if the island has saved its most secret mood for the moment when the light begins to fade and the world turns inward. The day had carried the gentle rhythm of waves and footsteps, yet now, as the sun lowers, the air changes, cooler, softer, and filled with that quiet tension that arrives before night fully claims the land. We walk along a coastal trail that curves around a rocky headland, where the stones are sun-bleached and rough, and small wildflowers grow stubbornly in cracks as if nature refuses to surrender even to the harshest ground. Below, the water is impossibly clear near the shore, shifting from pale turquoise to deep sapphire as it stretches outward, and every ripple catches the dying sunlight like scattered coins tossed across the surface. The wind here is stronger than in the village, carrying salt and a faint taste of distant storms, and it brushes against our skin like an invisible hand guiding us forward. Far ahead, a lighthouse stands on a cliff, tall and white against the darkening sky, and for a moment it feels like a guardian watching over the endless sea, a silent witness to everything that has ever sailed past these islands. As we approach, the path narrows, and the sound of the world grows smaller, no voices, no engines, only the steady breath of the sea and the occasional cry of a gull circling above like a restless spirit. The lighthouse is older than it looks, its paint chipped in places, its stones holding the memory of storms that once tried to tear it apart, and standing beside it makes you feel the weight of time, the kind that does not rush but simply endures. We sit on the rocks nearby and watch the horizon, and the sunset here is different from the ones before, more dramatic, more intense, as if the sky itself is burning. Orange and crimson spill across the clouds, and the sea reflects it all in a trembling glow, turning the water into molten fire. For a few minutes, everything feels unreal, like we have stepped into a myth painted by an ancient artist, and it's easy to imagine that somewhere beyond the horizon, a hero's ship is returning home, guided by the last light of day. Then, slowly, the colors begin to fade, and the fire of the sunset cools into purple and deep blue, and the world grows quiet in a way that feels almost holy. The lighthouse light flickers on for the first time, a single bright beam cutting through the dusk, sweeping across the sea in slow, steady circles, and each time it passes over the water it reveals tiny details, the crest of a wave, the shadow of a distant boat, the faint shimmer of foam. Watching that beam feels hypnotic, like a heartbeat for the night, a reminder that even in darkness there is guidance, even in silence there is movement. When we finally stand and begin to walk back, the stars have already started to appear, scattered across the sky like grains of salt spilled from the hands of the gods, and the moon hangs low, pale and watchful, casting a silver path across the water. The trail back is darker now, but the stones glow faintly under moonlight, and the sea remains beside us like a vast presence, breathing steadily in the night. In the distance, we see the lights of the harbor village, small and warm, clustered like fireflies at the edge of the land, and that sight brings a strange comfort, because no matter how wild and endless the sea feels, there is always a place where people gather, where lamps are lit, where dinner is waiting. As we return to the harbor, the mood shifts again, still quiet, still gentle, but now touched with human warmth. A few boats sway softly at their moorings, ropes creaking in a slow rhythm, and the smell of grilled seafood drifts from a nearby taverna, mixing with the salt air until it feels like the island's signature scent. The waterfront is calmer than during the day, and the cafes are half-filled, not crowded, only occupied by locals and a few travelers who have learned to speak softly in the presence of such a night. We walk past a small group of musicians sitting near a wall, not performing loudly, but playing for themselves. One man strums a bouzouki gently, another taps a rhythm with his fingers on a wooden table, and their music floats into the air like smoke, thin and delicate, blending into the sound of waves. It is not a concert, it is simply life expressing itself quietly, and somehow that makes it more beautiful. We sit at the edge of the harbor where the stone meets the water, and we watch the reflections of lanterns tremble on the surface, stretching and breaking with every small movement of the sea. A fisherman nearby mends a net under a dim light, his hands moving with practiced patience, and when he pauses to look out at the dark water his face carries a calm seriousness, as if he understands the sea as both friend and threat. The island around us feels older than the modern world, like it belongs to a time when people measured life by seasons, tides, and stars instead of clocks and screens. Even the silence feels different here, thicker, richer, filled with meaning rather than emptiness. As the night deepens, we wander into the narrow streets behind the harbor, where the walls are close and the air smells of jasmine from a hidden courtyard. The alleys twist like a maze, and each turn reveals something small but unforgettable: a doorway painted blue, a cat sleeping on a windowsill, a lantern swinging gently above a staircase, a fragment of laughter drifting from a balcony where friends share late-night stories. We find ourselves in a tiny square where a single tree stands under the moonlight, and the stones beneath it are worn smooth, as if countless evenings have passed here with people sitting, talking, waiting for someone, or simply listening to the night. We stop there, and for a moment we say nothing, because words feel unnecessary. The Greek archipelago has a way of teaching you through atmosphere alone, through the quiet beauty of ordinary moments made extraordinary by time and place. And in this third evening, with the lighthouse beams still sweeping across the distant sea, with the stars bright above and the village lights glowing behind, we realize something simple and powerful: silence is not the absence of life, it is the space where life becomes clearer. It is where you can hear your own thoughts, where you can feel the world without distraction, where you can understand why these islands have inspired poets, sailors, and dreamers for thousands of years. As we walk back toward our resting place, the sound of waves follows us like a lullaby, and we know that tomorrow will bring another island, another sunset, another quiet story. But tonight, this silent evening belongs to us, and we carry it like a hidden treasure inside the heart. The fourth evening arrives with a gentle change in the island's mood, as if the archipelago has decided to show us a quieter kind of mystery, one that lives not on cliffs or open harbors, but in the hidden corners where people keep their memories and time moves like a slow breath. The day had been warm and bright, and we spent it wandering through sunlit streets and shallow coves, but as late afternoon begins to soften we follow a road that leads away from the sea and into the island's interior, where the landscape rises in rolling hills and the air smells less of salt and more of earth, pine, and dry grass. The path is lined with stone walls stacked carefully without mortar, a craft older than any modern map, and behind them small vineyards stretch across the slopes, their leaves glowing green in the fading light. The sun sits lower now, painting everything in honeyed gold, and even the shadows feel gentle, stretched long across the ground like quiet companions walking beside us. Ahead, a cluster of old windmills stands on a ridge, their white bodies and wooden arms frozen in stillness, and as we approach them we realize they are not abandoned in sadness but resting in dignity, like elders who have finished their work and now watch over the island in silence. From this height, the sea is visible again, distant and wide, and the islands beyond appear like dark shapes floating in a violet haze, as if they belong to another world. The wind here is stronger, and it moves through the dry grass with a soft whispering sound, a natural language that feels ancient and familiar, and for a moment it seems like the island is speaking directly to us, not with words but with atmosphere, reminding us that silence can be full of voices if you know how to listen. We continue along the ridge until we reach a small monastery tucked into the hillside, its walls pale and weathered, its doorway simple, and its courtyard filled with pots of herbs and flowers. There is no crowd here, no tour guides calling out facts, only a deep stillness that makes you instinctively lower your voice even if you are alone. A single monk passes quietly across the courtyard, his footsteps soft against stone, and he nods in a calm, distant way that feels like a blessing rather than a greeting. Inside the monastery chapel, the air is cool and smells faintly of wax and incense, and the icons glow dimly in the candlelight, their painted eyes watching from another time. The silence here is heavier than outside, not uncomfortable, but profound, like a blanket laid gently over the mind, and standing there you feel your thoughts slow down, your worries soften, your heart settle into a steadier rhythm. When we step back into the courtyard, the sky has changed again, the gold fading into soft pink, and the first evening breeze carries the sound of distant bells from somewhere deeper in the hills. We follow a narrow path behind the monastery that leads through olive groves, where twisted trunks rise from the earth like sculptures carved by centuries of wind and sun. The leaves shimmer silver as they catch the last light, and between the trees small stone shrines appear, each one holding a candle or a faded ribbon tied by someone who once came here with a prayer. Walking through this grove feels like moving through a living memory, and the quiet is so complete that even the smallest sounds, our footsteps, a bird shifting on a branch, the rustle of leaves, feel amplified, as if the island is inviting us to notice everything. The path eventually opens onto a wide plateau where an old stone cistern sits half covered in moss, and beside it a single fig tree spreads its branches, heavy with fruit. The scent of figs mixes with the dry air, sweet and warm, and it reminds us that even in the most silent places, life continues in its simplest forms. We sit beneath the tree as the sun sinks lower, and from here we can see both the hills behind us and the sea beyond, and it feels like we are sitting between two worlds, the inner island of earth and shadow, and the outer island of water and light. As the last edge of the sun disappears, the sky becomes a deepening blue, and the first stars appear like tiny punctures in a dark curtain. The windmills on the ridge stand against this sky like silent guardians, their arms still, yet their presence strong, and it feels as if they are holding the evening in place, refusing to let it slip away too quickly. When we finally begin our walk back, night has fully arrived, and the island's interior is darker than the coast, the shadows thicker, the air cooler. But there is a calm safety in this darkness, because the path is familiar now, and small lanterns begin to glow in distant farmhouses like quiet promises of shelter. We reach a small inland tavern that we had noticed earlier, its stone walls covered in climbing vines, its doorway open to the night. Inside, the light is warm and amber, and the smell of slow-cooked food fills the air, stewed lamb, baked eggplant, fresh bread, and the sharp sweetness of local wine. The tavern is not fancy, but it feels real, and the people inside speak softly, as if even here, away from the sea, the island's silent evening has taught them to respect the calm. An old radio plays a traditional melody so low it barely rises above conversation, and the music feels like it belongs to the walls themselves, like the tavern has absorbed generations of songs and now releases them only in whispers. We sit at a wooden table, and the owner brings us a plate of olives and cheese without asking, his gesture simple and generous, and when we taste the wine it carries the flavor of the island's soil, sun, and patience. Around us, a few locals talk about the day's work, about weather, about family, and their voices blend into the warm hum of human life, making the silence outside feel even more profound by contrast. After dinner, we step back into the night, and the stars above the hills seem closer than they did by the sea, brighter and sharper in the clear darkness. The air smells of pine and smoke from distant fireplaces, and somewhere a dog barks once, then falls quiet again, as if even animals understand that this is the hour for stillness. We walk slowly back toward the coast, and as the distant sound of waves returns, faint at first and then clearer, it feels like coming back to an old friend. The harbor lights shimmer far below, and the sea lies dark and endless, yet comforting in its steady rhythm. In this fourth evening of the Greek Archipelago, we have learned that silence has many faces: the open silence of the sea, the sacred silence of monasteries, the living silence of olive groves, and the warm silence of taverns where people speak softly because they don't need to fill the air with noise to feel connected. And as we stand at the edge of the island once more, watching the moonlight stretch across the water, we understand that the true magic of these islands is not only what you see, but what you feel in the quiet moments when the world finally becomes still enough for your heart to hear itself. The fifth evening comes with a softness that feels almost unreal, as if the Greek archipelago has been slowly guiding us toward a deeper kind of quiet, one that is no longer only around us but also inside us, settling into the mind like calm water settling after a gentle tide. Today we arrive on a smaller island, one that doesn't announce itself with towering cliffs or crowded ports, but greets us with a modest harbor, a few fishing boats rocking lazily, and a shoreline that curves like a sleeping smile. The ferry leaves behind a brief echo of engines and footsteps, and as it pulls away the island seems to grow quieter instantly, as if the departure of noise is part of a ritual. The air here is warmer than we expected, thick with the scent of salt and sun-baked wood, and somewhere nearby a net dries on a railing, still holding the faint smell of the sea's hidden depths. We walk along the harbor road, and the village is small enough that you can see its end from the beginning, yet every corner holds details that feel like discoveries: a blue door with peeling paint, a pot of basil resting on a windowsill, a hand-painted sign pointing toward a beach that looks too quiet to be real. As late afternoon begins to fade, we follow that sign and take a narrow path between low stone walls, passing small gardens where tomatoes grow heavy and red, and where vines climb patiently as if they have all the time in the world. The path opens suddenly onto a wide bay, sheltered by rocky arms on both sides, and the sea here is calm, almost still, reflecting the sky so perfectly that it feels like a second world beneath the surface. The sand is pale and soft, untouched except for a few footprints near the waterline, and the only sound is the gentle lap of waves arriving like slow breaths. We sit near the edge of the shore and watch the sun descend, and the light is so golden it makes everything glow, turning the water into liquid amber and making the rocks look like ancient statues warmed by fire. For a long time we do nothing but listen, and in that listening the world feels larger, as if silence expands space itself. A small boat drifts in the distance, moving so slowly it seems to float without effort, and its silhouette against the sunset looks like a memory from another century, a reminder that these islands have always been shaped by the sea's patience. As the sun touches the horizon, the sky becomes a canvas of gentle colors, peach, rose, lavender, and the sea mirrors them so faithfully that it feels as if we are sitting between two skies, one above and one below. The moment is so calm that even the wind seems to hold back, and when the sun finally disappears the world doesn't rush into darkness, instead it transitions slowly, like a story turning its page with care. The first star appears, then another, and soon the evening sky is scattered with quiet light, and the bay becomes a place of shadows and silver reflections. We stand and walk along the shoreline, our feet sinking slightly into the cool sand, and each step feels like a gentle farewell to the day. At the far end of the bay, a small rocky outcrop rises from the beach, and we climb it carefully, finding a flat stone that overlooks the water. From here, the entire bay lies open beneath us, and the village lights are visible in the distance, tiny and warm, like a necklace of gold resting on the island's throat. The sea is darker now, but it still holds the moonlight in trembling streaks, and the quiet is so deep it feels like the world has paused just for us. Sitting there, we begin to notice the smallest sounds, the faint crackle of insects in the grass, the distant call of a night bird, the soft shifting of pebbles as a wave pulls them back into the sea. These sounds don't break the silence, they complete it, like gentle brushstrokes completing a painting. Eventually we return to the village, and the harbor has changed since the afternoon. The cafes are quieter, their tables half empty, and the conversations that remain are low and slow, as if everyone has agreed to speak gently out of respect for the night. Lanterns hang above doorways, casting warm circles of light onto the stone streets, and the smell of dinner floats through the air, garlic sizzling in olive oil, grilled octopus, fresh bread, and the sweetness of baked honey pastries. We choose a small taverna near the water where the owner greets us like an old friend even though we have never met, and we sit at a table so close to the sea that we can hear the waves beneath the wooden boards. A glass of local wine arrives, deep red and fragrant, and when we taste it, it carries a warmth that feels like the island's sunset captured in liquid form. The meal is simple but unforgettable: fresh fish with lemon, a bowl of beans slow-cooked with herbs, a salad bright with tomatoes and cucumbers, and bread that tastes of wheat and fire. Around us, a few locals share quiet laughter, and a couple sits hand in hand without speaking much, their silence comfortable, their presence enough. A fisherman at the next table talks softly about the weather and the sea, and his voice has the calm certainty of someone who has learned to live with nature rather than fight it. After dinner, we walk along the harbor again, and the boats are sleeping now, their ropes gently tapping against masts, their reflections stretching across the dark water like shadows of dreams. The moon has risen higher, and its light turns the sea into a path of silver that seems to lead toward the unknown. We stop near the end of the pier where the water is deepest and the darkness feels endless, and we look out across the horizon where nothing is visible except the faint line separating sea from sky. In that moment, the quiet feels powerful, not fragile, and we realize that silence here is not emptiness, it is a presence, a living thing that wraps around you and makes you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breath, your own thoughts. The Greek Archipelago, in its silent evenings, doesn't entertain you with noise or spectacle, it offers you something rarer, something that modern life often steals away: the chance to simply exist without rushing, to feel the world without constant distraction, to remember that peace is not something you find in grand moments but in small ones, watching the sun sink into the sea, listening to waves touch the shore, tasting wine under lantern light, walking through quiet streets where time moves gently. As we return to our room and the village fades behind us, we carry the fifth evening with us like a secret, a soft memory wrapped in moonlight and salt air, and we know that the islands are still holding more silent stories ahead, waiting patiently for the next sunset to unlock them. The sixth evening arrives with a feeling that is both familiar and strangely new, as if the Greek archipelago has been slowly teaching us the language of silence, and tonight we are finally beginning to understand its deeper meanings. The day had passed in gentle fragments: sunlight on white walls, the shimmer of water between alleyways, the scent of bread and sea salt mixing in the air, but as the afternoon fades we find ourselves drawn away from the harbor once more, following a narrow path that climbs toward the island's highest ridge. The locals had mentioned a viewpoint up there, a place where the whole world seems to open, and they spoke of it with a quiet respect, as if it was not just a location but an experience you had to earn with your own steps. The path is steep, carved into rocky ground, and on either side dry grass sways like pale waves, whispering softly in the breeze. Small lizards dart between stones, quick flashes of life against the stillness, and wild herbs grow in stubborn clusters, releasing their scent when our feet brush past them. As we climb higher, the village below becomes smaller, its white houses gathering into a tight cluster, and the harbor turns into a dark curve holding the sea like a bowl. The sun hangs low now, and its light is softer, spreading across the island like warm honey, turning every rock and wall into something glowing and gentle. The higher we go, the more the wind surrounds us, not harsh, but steady, and it carries the voice of the sea from far below, a constant rhythm that feels like the island's heartbeat. When we finally reach the ridge, we find a small stone platform built long ago, perhaps by shepherds or sailors, a simple place meant for watching the horizon. From here, the view is so wide it almost feels impossible to hold in one glance, the sea stretching endlessly in every direction, other islands scattered like dark jewels across the water, and the sky above slowly changing colors as if it is breathing. The sun begins its descent toward the horizon, and for a moment everything is lit in gold, the sea sparkling with countless points of light, the islands outlined in soft fire. It feels like the world is holding its breath, waiting for the moment when day finally surrenders. We sit on the stone and let the silence wrap around us, and the quiet here is different from the quiet of villages or beaches. It is vast, open, and powerful, like standing inside a cathedral made of wind and sky. Below us, we can see a narrow road winding through the island, and tiny lights begin to appear as evening approaches, first one, then another, like stars rising from the earth. Far out on the sea, a ship moves slowly, its shape barely visible, and its presence feels like a reminder that life continues beyond our sight, that the horizon is not an ending but a doorway. The sun touches the water, and the sky explodes into color, deep orange, crimson, and soft pink spilling across clouds like paint poured from an invisible hand. The sea mirrors it all, trembling with light, and for a few minutes the world looks like it has been set on fire, not with destruction, but with beauty. Then, as quickly as it arrived, the brightness begins to fade, and the colors soften into purple and blue, and the first stars appear again, steady and patient, as if they have been waiting behind the curtain all along. The wind grows cooler, and we pull our jacket closer, but the chill feels welcome, like the night is placing a gentle hand on our shoulder. When we finally stand to leave the ridge, the island below is already changing. The village lights are brighter now, glowing warmly against the darkness, and the harbor reflects them in trembling lines on the water. We begin our descent slowly, careful on the rocky path, and as we walk the silence follows us, but it is no longer as vast as it was on the ridge. Now it becomes softer, more personal, like a companion walking beside us. Halfway down, we pass a small shepherd's hut made of stone, its door open, empty and dark inside, and nearby a few goats move quietly through the grass, their bells making faint sounds that echo briefly and then vanish into the night. The simplicity of this scene feels timeless, as if it could belong to any century, and it reminds us that the islands are not only places of beauty but also places of survival, of hard work, of people living close to the earth and sea. When we reach the village, the streets are narrow and dimly lit, and the air is filled with the scent of jasmine and smoke from cooking fires. A few people sit outside their homes, talking softly, their voices blending into the night like gentle music. A child runs past with a piece of bread in his hand, laughing quietly as if even laughter here knows how to stay respectful. We wander toward the harbor, and the waterfront is calm, the boats rocking slowly, their masts rising like dark lines against the starry sky. We stop at a small cafe where the chairs are set close together, and we order strong Greek coffee served in small cups, its aroma rich and bitter, and as we sip it slowly the warmth spreads through us like comfort. Nearby, an old man plays a simple melody on a small instrument, not performing for attention, but playing because the night feels incomplete without a song. His music is soft, almost fragile, yet it carries emotion like a whisper carries secrets. The sound floats across the harbor and mixes with the gentle slap of waves against stone, creating a rhythm that feels like the island's lullaby. We walk again after coffee, moving through the quiet streets where lanterns cast warm pools of light, and we find ourselves drawn toward a small pier stretching into the dark sea. At the end of it, the world feels enormous. The sea is black and endless, the sky above filled with stars, and the line between them is almost invisible, making it feel as if we are standing at the edge of infinity. We lean on the wooden railing and listen, and in that listening something shifts inside us. The silence is no longer something outside, something we observe, it becomes something we carry. It fills the spaces where stress usually lives, it slows the restless thoughts, it reminds us that life does not always need to be loud to be meaningful. In this sixth evening of the Greek Archipelago, we understand that silence here is not emptiness, not loneliness, but a kind of wisdom, a gentle teacher that shows you how to be present. And as we turn back toward the village, the lanterns glowing behind us and the sea breathing softly beside us, we realize that these islands are not just places we are visiting, they are shaping us, slowly, quietly, like waves shaping stone, until we begin to feel as timeless as the evening itself. The seventh evening arrives with a subtle sense of anticipation, as if the Greek archipelago has been preparing a different kind of silence for us tonight, one that carries not only peace, but also the gentle ache of old stories hidden beneath the surface of ordinary life. The day had been spent wandering along the coast, watching fishermen pull in their nets, listening to the distant hum of boats passing beyond the horizon, and feeling the sun press warmly against our shoulders, but as afternoon begins to lean toward dusk we find ourselves drawn toward the oldest part of the island, where stone ruins rest above the sea like broken crowns. A narrow road leads uphill, twisting between low walls and wild shrubs, and the higher we climb the more the air changes, losing the sweetness of village cooking and gaining the dry, ancient scent of dust and sun-baked rock. The path becomes rougher, and the stones underfoot feel older than memory, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, soldiers, pilgrims, shepherds, lovers, and strangers like us, all moving through the same landscape in different eras, carrying different hopes. When we reach the ruins, the world opens wide again. Broken columns stand like silent guardians, half-collapsed arches frame the sky, and scattered stones lie across the ground as if a giant hand once swept through and left the pieces behind. There is no crowd here, no signs explaining everything, only the wind moving through cracks in the rock, making a low, hollow sound that feels like the ruins are breathing. We walk slowly, careful not to disturb the stillness, and every step feels like a conversation with time. The sea below is visible through gaps in the stone, and its endless movement contrasts with the ruins' frozen silence, reminding us that while empires rise and fall, the waves continue their steady rhythm without caring who once ruled these shores. As the sun lowers, the ruins change color, their pale stones turning gold, then amber, then soft rose, and shadows grow longer between broken walls, stretching like dark fingers across the ground. We find a spot near the edge where a fallen column lies half-buried, and we sit there, facing the horizon. From this height, the sea looks like a vast sheet of darkening silk, and the islands beyond appear like distant memories floating in the haze. The sky begins its familiar transformation, but tonight the colors feel more subdued, more thoughtful, as if even the sunset knows it is shining over something sacred. A breeze rises, cooler than before, carrying salt and the faint scent of wild oregano, and it moves through the ruins with a whispering sound that makes the silence feel alive. For a moment, it is easy to imagine the past here, not as a dramatic vision, but as a quiet presence. You can almost hear distant footsteps on stone, the murmur of voices speaking a language long gone, the clink of armor, the soft prayers of someone kneeling in the dust. The ruins do not shout their history, they simply hold it, patiently, like a sealed jar of memories waiting for the right evening to open. When the sun finally touches the horizon, the sea catches fire briefly, reflecting orange light in trembling streaks, and the ruins glow as if lit from within. Then the light fades, and the first stars appear above the broken arches, making the ancient stones look even smaller beneath the endless sky. Night arrives quietly, as it always does here, not with sudden darkness but with a slow deepening of blue, a gentle closing of the day's eyes. We stand and begin our walk back down, and the path feels different now, not because it has changed, but because we have. The silence of the ruins clings to us like dust on our clothes, and we carry it with us as we descend toward the village lights. Halfway down, we stop at a small terrace where a single olive tree grows, its branches twisted like old hands, and beneath it a stone bench faces the sea. We sit again, and the view is softer now, the sea darker, the horizon barely visible, and the village below glowing warmly like a nest of fireflies. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks once and then falls silent, and the night resumes its calm. When we finally reach the village, the harbor is quiet but not empty. A few lanterns sway gently above doorways, and the reflections of lights tremble on the water like thin threads of gold. The boats are resting, their hulls creaking softly, and the air is filled with the scent of grilled fish, lemon, and wood smoke. We walk past small cafes where locals sit close together, their voices low, their laughter soft, as if everyone has agreed that tonight is not for loudness but for comfort. We choose a table near the edge of the harbor where we can see the sea, and we order something simple, bread, olives, and a bowl of warm soup that tastes of herbs and slow cooking. The warmth of the food spreads through us, and the quiet around us feels like a blanket. Nearby, an elderly man tells a story to a younger one, his hands moving slowly as he speaks, and though we cannot hear every word, the rhythm of his voice carries something familiar, the feeling of passing memories from one generation to the next. A cat sits near our feet, watching the water as if it is guarding secrets, and the sound of waves against stone continues like a gentle heartbeat. After dinner, we walk through the narrow streets behind the harbor, and the village feels almost dreamlike under the lantern light. Shadows fall across walls, and the white houses glow softly, their blue shutters closed like sleeping eyes. We pass a small courtyard where someone has hung fresh laundry, and it moves gently in the breeze, silent flags of everyday life. Somewhere a radio plays faintly, a slow song that blends into the night, and for a moment the entire island feels like a memory you are living inside. We return to the waterfront one last time and stand at the edge where the sea begins. The sky is filled with stars, and the moon is bright enough to paint a silver road across the water. The ruins above us are hidden now in darkness, but we know they are there, watching, holding their ancient silence. And in this seventh evening of the Greek archipelago, we understand something deeper. Silence is not only peace, it is also remembrance. It is the space where the past can breathe, where old stories can linger without being disturbed, where the island can reveal that it is more than a beautiful place, it is a living archive of human life, love, struggle, and hope. As we turn away and walk back toward the village lights, we carry that thought with us, feeling both small and strangely connected, as if the quiet evening has tied us to every person who has ever stood on these shores and listened to the sea speak in the dark. The eighth evening descends slowly, carrying with it a hush that feels more intimate than any we have experienced before, as if the Greek archipelago has learned to recognize us, greeting us not with spectacle but with the quiet patience of old friends who understand the value of stillness. Today we wandered through olive groves and along winding paths, visited small chapels perched on hillsides, and tasted the simple gifts of the island's tavernas. But now, as the sun begins to lower, we find ourselves drawn toward a secluded cove on the opposite side of the island, a place known to locals but almost invisible to visitors. The path is narrow and uneven, carved into the cliffside and lined with wild thyme and low shrubs that release a faint fragrance when brushed, and the wind carries a mixture of salt and pine, tangling our hair and making every breath feel alive. From above, the cove appears as a crescent of pale sand nestled between rocky arms, the water inside so clear that the seabed seems suspended in glass, and the cliffs surrounding it rise like silent guardians, their jagged edges softened by the warm light of late afternoon. The village behind us is distant now, its sound swallowed by the height and the wind, and the only voices we hear belong to the occasional seabird circling above or the soft ripple of water as it meets the shore. Stepping onto the sand, the texture is cool and fine beneath our feet, and the small stones scattered along the waterline catch the sun like tiny gems. We walk closer to the water, letting the waves lap gently against our toes, and for a moment it feels as if time itself has paused, stretching long and thin like the shadows of the cliffs across the beach. The sun hangs low, casting a warm golden glow across the sand and water, and the cliffs seem to hold it in place, reflecting and amplifying its light, making the cove feel like a hidden sanctuary designed for quiet contemplation. The breeze shifts, bringing the faint scent of wild oregano, and in that moment we realize that silence is not absence, it is texture, color, scent, and sensation, all woven together into a single, living experience. We sit on a flat stone near the edge of the cove, watching the horizon where the sun meets the sea, and the colors unfold like a slow painting, deep golds fading to amber, amber melting into rose, and rose softening into gentle lavender. The water mirrors it perfectly, each tiny wave catching the light and scattering it in trembling reflections, and for a while the cove is nothing but this dialogue of color between sea and sky. Far across the bay, a small fishing boat drifts lazily, its silhouette dark against the molten water, and it feels as though the sea itself has slowed for its passage, allowing us to witness the scene in unhurried beauty. As the sun finally dips beneath the horizon, the glow softens, leaving a deep blue that stretches across both sky and sea, and the first stars begin to appear, timidly at first, then with growing confidence, scattering across the heavens like sparks from some ancient forge. The cliffs rise higher around us in darkness, their outlines softened by shadows, and the cove becomes a private world, enclosed, safe, and alive with quiet energy. We remain seated for a long while, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves, the whisper of the breeze through the shrubs, and the faint rustle of small creatures moving unseen in the undergrowth. Each sound feels deliberate, precise, as if the island has choreographed them for maximum effect, and we feel ourselves slowing to match it, our own heartbeat blending with the cadence of nature. Eventually, we rise and follow a narrow path that winds along the cliff edge above the cove, leading toward a small village on the other side. The trail is rugged, and the stones beneath our feet are cool in the evening air, but the view opens frequently to breathtaking glimpses of the sea, now dark and endless, the stars reflected faintly on its surface like whispers of the cosmos mirrored in water. Along the way, we encounter small terraces of vineyards, their twisted vines lit by the last remnants of light, and each terrace seems to hold a quiet story of labor, patience, and devotion, a reminder that human life on these islands is both transient and enduring. As we descend toward the village, lanterns begin to glow in the streets, and the scent of cooking reaches us once more, fresh bread, roasting vegetables, fish grilled with lemon and herbs, and the faint tang of the sea. The village is calm, almost intimate, as though it is aware of our presence, welcoming us not as strangers but as witnesses to its nightly ritual of quiet existence. We walk along the narrow streets, passing whitewashed houses whose blue shutters are closed for the night, their walls glowing softly under the lantern light, and small cats pad silently through the alleys, moving like living shadows. In the village square, a few locals sit at a cafe, their voices low, the gentle clinking of cups and plates blending with the sound of the night air. We choose a table near the edge where we can see the harbor, and order a simple meal: olives, fresh cheese, bread, and a plate of grilled fish seasoned with local herbs. The flavors are honest and unpretentious, each bite carrying the essence of the island soil, sun, and sea, and as we eat slowly we realize that the meal is not just nourishment but a continuation of the evening's quiet ritual, a way of participating in the life of the island without disturbing it. Afterward, we walk along the waterfront once more, where the boats rest quietly, their masts reflected in dark water, swaying gently in the faintest breeze. The stars above are bright and numerous, and the moon casts a pale path across the sea, connecting sky and water with a silver thread. Standing there, the silence feels profound yet alive, full of whispers that cannot be spoken aloud, teaching us that the quietest evenings are also the richest, and that presence and attention are the most valuable gifts we can offer. The 8th evening of the Greek archipelago leaves us with a deep sense of belonging and wonder, a recognition that beauty does not demand spectacle, that time can slow without notice, and that the islands hold a language that can be heard only by those willing to sit, breathe, and listen. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, the cove, the cliffs, and the sea behind us, we carry the evening like a treasure, knowing that the quiet of these islands is not temporary, it becomes a part of you, threading itself through your memory, waiting to speak again in the soft rhythm of the waves, the scent of herbs, and the gentle glow of lantern light on distant walls. The 9th evening unfolds with a gentle gravity, a quiet that feels older and deeper than anything we have yet experienced on these islands, as if the Greek archipelago has been patiently waiting for us to understand the rhythm of its nights. The day had been filled with wandering through narrow lanes, observing fishermen mending nets in the harbor, and feeling the warmth of sunlight on whitewashed walls, but as the afternoon wanes we find ourselves drawn toward a rocky promontory at the far edge of the island, where cliffs rise sharply from the sea and the wind carries a bracing mix of salt, pine, and the faint scent of distant wildflowers. The path is narrow and winds between low stone walls that mark old boundaries, their surfaces warm from the day's sun, and the uneven ground beneath our feet reminds us that every step is an invitation to slow down, to pay attention, to become part of this landscape rather than merely passing through it. Small lizards dart between the rocks, their quick movements startling in contrast to the profound calm around them, and wild herbs release their scent as our fingers brush past, adding layers of fragrance to the sea air. As we climb higher, the village below recedes, becoming a cluster of lights glowing softly in the early evening, and the harbor appears as a delicate curve against the deepening blues of the approaching night. The sea stretches endlessly beyond, dark and quiet, broken only by the faint white tips of waves brushing against hidden rocks. When we reach the summit of the promontory, the view is breathtaking. The cliffs fall away sharply to the water, revealing hidden coves where the sand is pale and untouched, the sea reflecting the faint hints of sunset still lingering on the horizon. From this height, the islands beyond seem suspended between sea and sky, their dark forms floating in a purple haze, timeless and steady, as though they have always been waiting for someone to notice them. We stand quietly, feeling the wind move through us, and for the first time in the evening we hear the deep, low resonance of the waves far below, a sound that feels both distant and intimately connected to the rhythm of our own breathing. The sky begins its slow transformation, softening from gold and rose to pale lavender and then to deepening indigo, and the first stars appear like delicate punctures in the darkening canvas above, shy at first and then braver with every passing minute. The cliffs themselves seem to hold their breath, shadows deepening in crevices, sunlight fading from every ledge, leaving only the sharp silhouette of rock against sky. The wind carries small sounds, the faint clatter of a gull in the distance, a twig snapping under the foot of some unseen creature, the whisper of leaves stirred on a distant terrace, and these are not interruptions to the quiet but part of its intricate pattern, the language of the island speaking softly to those who will listen. We sit on a flat stone near the edge, letting our eyes drift between the distant horizon, the cliffs below, and the stars above, and in this stillness it feels as though we have been given access to a secret. The islands do not demand attention through noise or activity, they teach through presence and patience, revealing beauty to those who choose to witness it slowly. As the sun finally sinks completely below the horizon, the sky darkens, and the lights of the village and harbor below glow brighter against the deepening blue, reflecting softly in the calm water. Small boats rest quietly, their masts trembling in the wind, and the gentle slap of waves against their hulls becomes a meditative rhythm, a lullaby for the evening. We begin to descend the path toward the village, each step careful and deliberate, the silence following us like a companion that stretches and bends with our movement, reminding us that quiet is not the absence of life but the presence of awareness. Halfway down, we pause at a small terrace where a single olive tree stands, its twisted branches reaching out against the night sky, and beneath it the stone bench invites reflection. We sit and listen, the faint calls of nocturnal birds, the whisper of the breeze through the shrubs, the soft hum of distant lanterns in the village, and it feels as though the world has conspired to create a perfect balance between sound and silence. Upon reaching the village, the narrow streets are quiet, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns and moonlight. The scent of dinner drifts through the air, fresh bread, roasted vegetables, grilled fish, and the sharp tang of lemon mingling with salt and wood smoke, and the few locals we encounter greet each other in low tones, their voices blending harmoniously with the calm night. We choose a small cafe near the harbor and sit where we can see the water, ordering a modest meal, olives, cheese, fresh bread, and a simple plate of grilled fish seasoned with herbs. Eating slowly, savoring each bite, we feel that the meal is not only nourishment but an extension of the evening's quiet ritual, a way to participate in the island's rhythms without disturbing them. Afterward, we wander along the waterfront once more. The boats are dark silhouettes against the silvered water, rocking gently, and the reflections of the village lights tremble like whispers on the surface. The stars above are now abundant, and the moon has risen high enough to stretch a luminous path across the sea, a silver thread connecting earth and sky. Standing there, the ninth evening teaches us again that silence is not emptiness, it is presence, memory, and life in its most delicate form. The islands have revealed once more that the truest beauty is not in spectacle, but in the patient unfolding of ordinary moments steeped in quiet, the ebb of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs in the wind, the faint hum of distant voices. As we turn back toward our lodgings, the harbor behind us glowing softly and the cliffs rising dark and steadfast, we understand that these evenings leave a lasting impression, threading themselves into memory like the silver light on the water, shaping not just our perception of the islands, but our own capacity to notice, to feel, and to exist in the profound quiet of the world. The 10th evening settles over the Greek archipelago like a soft sigh, carrying a depth and stillness that feels as though the islands themselves have been preparing this night all along, saving their most intimate moments for those patient enough to witness them. The day had been quiet, spent wandering narrow lanes lined with whitewashed houses, visiting hidden chapels perched on rocky terraces, and tasting the simple offerings of small tavernas, yet as afternoon bends toward evening we are drawn toward a secluded promontory on the far edge of the island, a place where cliffs fall sharply into the sea and the horizon seems infinite. The path leading there is narrow and rugged, winding between low stone walls and wild herbs that release faint scents when brushed, and the uneven stones beneath our feet demand attention, forcing each step into deliberate presence. The wind grows stronger as we climb, carrying the mingled fragrance of salt, pine, and dry earth, and it moves through the landscape in a way that feels alive, almost conversational, as if the island itself is breathing alongside us. The village below recedes, its lights small and scattered like fireflies in the deepening dusk, and the harbor curves gracefully into the distance, its still water reflecting the faint glow of lanterns in trembling streaks. When we reach the top, the promontory opens to a breathtaking panorama. The sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands that rise from the water like dark sentinels, and the cliffs around us frame the view in dramatic relief, their jagged edges softened by the last golden light of day. We pause on a flat stone at the edge, feeling the wind press lightly against our cheeks, and for a moment everything is suspended, the world reduced to the rhythm of our own breathing, the whisper of waves far below, and the occasional cry of a distant seabird. The sky begins its familiar transformation, shifting from pale gold to soft pink and rose, and then into gentle lavender, with clouds scattered like wisps of smoke that catch the fading light and set it ablaze for a brief, glorious moment. The sea mirrors the sky perfectly, the tiny ripples catching and scattering light so that the water seems to shimmer with hidden fire. A lone fishing boat drifts far across the bay, its dark shape barely distinguishable against the glowing horizon, and it feels as though the sea itself has slowed to honor its passage, allowing the moment to stretch longer, fuller, more profound. As the sun slips below the horizon, the colors fade gradually, leaving a deepening indigo that stretches across sky and water alike, and the first stars appear, delicate and numerous, creating a sense of infinite space both above and below. The cliffs around us darken, turning into vast silhouettes against the night sky, and the promontory itself seems to exhale, as if releasing the accumulated warmth of the day into the cooling evening air. We rise and begin our descent, careful on the rocky path, the silence accompanying us like a tangible presence, teaching that quiet is not mere absence but a living companion. Halfway down, a small terrace emerges where an ancient olive tree stands, its twisted branches reaching skyward like hands in prayer, and beneath it a stone bench invites pause. We sit and listen, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant call of a nocturnal bird, the soft hum of lanterns from the village below, and the sound of the waves far beneath. Each element weaves together into a rich, layered quiet that feels both timeless and alive, a reminder that the world's most profound beauty is often found in subtle, understated moments. Reaching the village, we find it bathed in warm lantern light, quiet yet alive with small, deliberate activity. The narrow streets are emptying as residents settle into their evening routines, but the air is rich with aromas, fresh bread, roasted vegetables, grilled fish, and the tang of lemon and herbs mingling with the ever-present scent of the sea. We stop at a small cafe near the waterfront, choosing a table where we can watch the harbor, and order a modest meal of olives, cheese, bread, and a plate of local seafood. The flavors are simple yet extraordinary, carrying the essence of the island's soil, sun, and sea, and as we eat slowly, the quiet rhythm of the evening surrounds us, teaching that true satisfaction comes not from abundance but from presence, attention, and patience. After dinner, we wander once more along the waterfront, where the boats rest quietly, their hulls rocking softly, masts reflected in the dark water, and lanterns glimmering like scattered stars upon the surface. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon rises to cast a shimmering silver path across the sea, a bridge of light connecting us to the vast, unknown expanse. Standing there, the 10th evening teaches a lesson that has been quietly unfolding across all our nights on these islands. Silence is not emptiness, but richness. It is the accumulation of subtle moments, the quiet awareness of presence, and the gentle unfolding of life in its smallest, most perfect forms. The islands have revealed their deepest secret once more. That beauty does not demand noise or spectacle, but unfolds patiently for those willing to witness it, to move slowly, to breathe deeply, and to listen with their whole being. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, the harbor lights glowing behind us, the cliffs dark and steadfast, and the silver path of moonlight stretching across the water, we carry the 10th evening like a treasure, woven into our memory, part of the rhythm of our own heartbeat, and a quiet promise that the archipelago's silent stories will continue to speak to anyone who pauses long enough to hear them. The 11th evening arrives with a hushed reverence, as though the Greek archipelago has grown accustomed to our presence and is now offering a silence that is deeper, more intimate, and more personal than ever before. The day had been gentle, spent wandering narrow streets lined with whitewashed houses and bright blue shutters, watching fishermen mend nets by the harbor, and tasting freshly baked bread and sweet figs from small local shops. But as the afternoon begins to fade, we find ourselves drawn inland, toward the heart of the island where hills roll softly and vineyards stretch across terraces carved meticulously from centuries-old stone walls. The path leading there is lined with olive trees, their twisted trunks heavy with fruit, and the air is rich with the mingled scent of earth, herbs, and the faint salt tang drifting from the distant sea. Each step over uneven stones demands care and attention, and moving slowly makes us aware of the subtle rhythms of life all around. The hum of insects hidden among the leaves, the soft rustle of wind through the grass, and the occasional distant bleat of a goat tending to its herd. As we ascend, the village below becomes smaller, a cluster of warm lights glowing against the fading sky, and the harbor curves into a delicate crescent, its surface reflecting the faint hints of pink and gold that linger after sunset. When we reach a small plateau atop the hills, the view opens fully. The sea stretches endlessly beyond, dotted with islands that rise like dark sentinels, and the rolling hills around us are dotted with terraces, groves, and stone cottages that glow faintly in the evening light. A flat rock near the edge of the plateau offers a natural seat, and we pause there, letting the wind press gently against our cheeks, the air carrying not only scents but the sound of distant waves and the faint murmur of life far below. The sky transforms gradually, from soft pink to deep violet, and clouds catch the last traces of sunlight, setting the horizon ablaze in subtle but striking tones. The water mirrors every change, shimmering with muted reflections that ripple slowly, as if the sea itself participates in the evening's quiet ceremony. Far below, a solitary boat drifts, its dark silhouette barely moving against the glimmering surface, and we realize that this slowness, this unhurried pace, is the essence of life on these islands, a lesson in patience and observation. The cliffs rise high around us, their edges softened in the dim light, and the terraces of vineyards and olive groves stretch like a carefully arranged tapestry, their details sharpened by the last rays of sunlight and then softened by the approaching dusk. Sitting there, we feel a profound stillness settle in, not just around us but within, a quiet that slows thought and stretches awareness, a reminder that the greatest beauty is often found not in movement or noise but in the patient observation of the ordinary. When we eventually rise, we follow a narrow path descending toward a small chapel perched on a hillside, its white walls glowing faintly against the deepening blue sky. Inside, the air is cool and fragrant with incense, the faint light from a single candle casting long shadows across painted icons, and the quiet is profound, almost sacred. Standing there, one becomes aware of centuries of devotion, of voices long gone and yet lingering in the gentle stillness, and of the way silence itself becomes a vessel for memory. Exiting the chapel, the twilight has deepened into night, the first stars beginning to appear, delicate points of light mirrored faintly in the sea beyond. We continue our descent into the village, now fully cloaked in evening, where lanterns glow softly along narrow streets and the smell of cooking drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, and the subtle perfume of herbs. Few people remain outdoors, their voices low, their movements unhurried, and the sense of community here feels intimate and enduring, a harmony between human life and the quiet rhythm of the island. Choosing a small taverna by the harbor, we sit at a table near the water, ordering a simple meal of olives, cheese, fresh bread, and seafood prepared with care. The flavors are honest and rooted in the land and sea, and as we eat slowly, the surrounding quiet feels like part of the experience, each bite and sip heightened by the attentive calm. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the boats resting quietly, masts reflected in dark water, lanterns shimmering like constellations scattered across the surface. The sky above is rich with stars, the moon casting a silver path across the water that stretches to the horizon, linking earth, sea, and sky in one continuous line. Standing there, we feel the 11th evening settle into us, a quiet richness that is not emptiness but presence, a deep awareness of the unfolding of time, the texture of life, and the subtle beauty of the ordinary. We understand that the island silence is not something imposed, but something shared, a language between the land, the sea, and those willing to listen. As we turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor glowing behind us and the cliffs looming darkly against the starlit sky, we carry the evening within us, a treasure woven into memory, a quiet promise that the island stories, whispered in wind, waves, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we leave. The 12th evening arrives with a gentle inevitability, as if the Greek archipelago has been preparing this night for us in subtle, patient ways, layering each previous evening like pages in a story that finally reaches its quiet climax. The day had been spent meandering through sun-drenched streets, exploring small chapels with peeling frescoes, and tasting the simplest flavors of the island, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and olives that carry the taste of sun and stone. But as afternoon wanes, we are drawn once more toward the cliffs, this time on the western side, where the land meets the sea in dramatic drops and jagged rocks. The path is steep, lined with low walls built of stone without mortar, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, and the air carries the scent of salt, wild thyme, and the faint perfume of pine from the higher slopes. Each step is deliberate, every movement slow, as the uneven ground requires attention, and with each breath, we feel ourselves slowing, matching the patient rhythm of the island itself. As we ascend, the village below shrinks to a cluster of warm, amber lights, and the harbor curves gracefully along the coastline, reflecting the last hints of sunlight that linger on the water in trembling lines. When we reach the top of the cliffs, the view is breathtaking. The sea stretches endlessly beyond, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like ancient sentinels from the horizon, and the cliffs themselves seem to hold a quiet dignity, framing the world below in jagged, elegant relief. We pause on a flat expanse of rock, letting the wind press lightly against our cheeks, carrying the mingled scents of the sea, earth, and distant flowering shrubs, and in that stillness, the silence feels alive, dense, and full of intention. The sky gradually transforms from gold and rose to pale lavender, deepening to indigo, while clouds catch the fading sunlight, setting the horizon aglow in fleeting brilliance before surrendering to the night. Below, the waves whisper against hidden rocks, a steady rhythm that seems to sync with our own heartbeat, and far off, a lone fishing boat drifts lazily, its dark silhouette gliding over the water's molten reflection. The cliff shadows lengthen, softened by the dimming light, and the terraces of vineyards and olive groves on the slopes below become mere suggestions, their textures hinted at by fading sunbeams. Sitting on the rock, we feel a profound stillness settling inside, a quiet that slows thought and sharpens perception, teaching that beauty is not always dramatic or loud but often hidden in patience, observation, and presence. Rising at last, we follow a narrow path winding through the hills toward an abandoned chapel perched atop a smaller ridge. Its walls are weathered, paint peeling from icons, yet inside, a sense of reverence persists, as though the silence has been waiting to welcome each visitor for centuries. Candles long extinguished leave traces of wax and smoke, and the faint scent of incense lingers like a memory. We pause in the doorway, letting the stillness envelop us, aware of the centuries of devotion that have passed quietly through this place, and when we step back outside, the twilight has deepened into night. Stars appear gradually, their pale light mirrored faintly on the calm sea, and the moon rises above distant cliffs, casting a silver pathway across the water, bridging the islands, the sky, and our presence in one luminous line. Descending into the village, the narrow streets glow with lantern light, soft and warm, and the scent of evening meals drifts through open doorways, roasted vegetables, grilled fish, freshly baked bread, and the subtle tang of lemon and herbs. Few villagers remain outside, their movements deliberate, their voices low, and the intimacy of their quiet presence reinforces the evening's mood. We stop at a small harborside taverna, ordering a simple meal of olives, cheese, bread, and a plate of fish prepared with local herbs. Each bite tastes of place and time, capturing the essence of the island itself, and as we eat, the quiet around us feels like a companion, framing the flavors, the conversation, and the moment with an unspoken elegance. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in dark water, and lanterns shimmer softly, echoing the stars above. The wind carries a delicate mixture of salt and pine, the waves lap gently against stone, and the rhythm of the night seems orchestrated, precise, and unhurried. Standing at the water's edge, the 12th evening teaches us once more that silence is not mere absence but richness, it is presence, attention, and the gentle unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through patient observation, through the rhythm of waves, the movement of wind, the glimmer of lanterns, and the faint scent of herbs in the evening air. As we turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight stretching across the sea like a silver thread, we carry the 12th evening within us, a memory woven into the rhythm of our own breath, a quiet treasure, and a reminder that the archipelago's secret language of stillness continues to speak to all who choose to listen, long after the night has passed. The 13th evening descends with a soft inevitability, a quiet that feels both familiar and new, as if the Greek archipelago has been gradually unveiling itself to us in layers, and tonight it chooses to reveal a deeper, almost secret rhythm that belongs only to those willing to walk slowly and listen intently. The day had been spent exploring the northern slopes of the island, where terraces of vineyards and olive groves stretch in orderly lines, dotted with small cottages, chapels, and narrow stone paths that wind toward the sea. The sunlight was warm but soft, filtering through olive branches, catching on whitewashed walls, and highlighting the textures of worn stone and sun-dried earth. As the afternoon began to lean toward evening, we felt a pull toward a secluded cove at the foot of the cliffs, a place spoken of quietly by locals, almost as if it existed only in memory, where the sea is calm, the sand pale, and the surrounding cliffs rise in solemn grandeur. The path there is narrow, uneven, and bordered by wild herbs and low shrubs that release fragrant scents when brushed, while the wind carries the tang of salt and the faint sweetness of distant pine. Each step requires attention, and moving slowly makes the journey as meaningful as the destination itself. From the crest of a small hill, the cove appears like a hidden jewel, its water glimmering faintly with the last remnants of sunlight, the sand untouched except for the delicate tracks of birds, and the cliffs standing silent and immovable, framing the space like ancient guardians. We pause at the top, breathing deeply, letting the wind press lightly against our faces, and in that stillness the silence feels alive, dense with unspoken stories and subtle energies. The sky begins to transform, soft gold fading to pale pink, then rose and lavender, finally deepening into rich indigo, each color mirrored perfectly in the still waters below, the cove becoming a quiet universe unto itself. Far across the bay, a lone boat drifts slowly, its shape a dark silhouette against the shimmering water, reminding us that time here flows differently, measured not in minutes but in the gradual unfolding of light, sound, and movement. The cliffs around us deepen into shadows, their textures softened by the dimming sky, and the terraces of vineyards and groves above the cove take on a gentle, almost ethereal presence, revealing how human life and nature coexist here in quiet harmony. Sitting on a smooth rock at the edge, we allow ourselves to simply be, noticing the smallest details, the ripple of water as it laps the shore, the distant call of a seabird, the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, the faint smell of herbs crushed underfoot. These subtle rhythms blend into a meditative harmony, teaching that silence is not emptiness but a rich, layered presence that fills both the landscape and the mind. Eventually we rise and follow the path along the cliffs, the sea stretching endlessly beside us, the islands beyond suspended in twilight, dark yet luminous under the fading sky. The moon rises slowly, casting a silver thread across the water, illuminating hidden coves and rocky outcrops, connecting the islands, the sea, and ourselves in one continuous reflection. Descending toward the village, the streets glow faintly with lantern light, their warmth contrasting with the cool evening air. The scent of cooking drifts through doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, and the subtle tang of lemon, reminding us of the daily life quietly unfolding beneath the stars. Few villagers are outdoors now, moving in deliberate, measured steps, their voices low, blending with the soft sounds of the night to create a delicate symphony of human presence and natural calm. We stop at a small cafe by the harbor, choosing a table near the water where we can watch the boats resting quietly, their masts reflecting in the still, dark water, and we order a modest meal: olives, fresh cheese, bread, and a plate of seafood seasoned with local herbs. Each bite tastes of the island itself, its history, its soil, its sun, and the quiet atmosphere enhances every flavor, every sensation, making the meal part of the evening's ongoing meditation. Afterward, we wander slowly along the waterfront, the lanterns shimmering like fireflies, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a subtle rhythm, the wind carrying the mingled scents of salt and pine. The stars above multiply, filling the sky with delicate points of light, and the moon's reflection stretches across the sea like a luminous pathway into infinity. Standing there, the 13th evening teaches us again that silence is not absence, it is a living presence, a richness that rewards careful attention, a gentle teacher of patience, presence, and subtle beauty. The islands reveal themselves through unhurried observation, through the ebb and flow of waves, the sway of lanterns, the fragrance of herbs, and the soft rustle of leaves, and we understand that this quiet is not something external, it becomes part of us, threading through our awareness, our memory, and our sense of time. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor behind and the cliffs rising dark and steadfast under the starlit sky, we carry the 13th evening within us, a treasure woven into the rhythm of our own breathing, a quiet promise that the island stories, whispered through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have left their shores, a lingering presence in the heart of our memory. The 14th evening unfolds with a delicate, almost sacred stillness, as if the Greek archipelago has gradually prepared a quiet crescendo that speaks directly to those who have learned to move slowly, to breathe deeply, and to witness without intrusion. The day had been spent exploring the small villages tucked between hills and cliffs, wandering through narrow alleys where whitewashed walls and cobalt shutters gleamed in the soft sunlight, listening to the distant calls of fishermen on the harbor, and tasting the humble offerings of the land, fresh figs, bread warm from the oven, and olives bursting with salt and sun. But as afternoon bends toward dusk, we are drawn toward a hidden inlet on the eastern coast, a cove sheltered by cliffs and dotted with pale sand, where the sea whispers in tones both powerful and intimate, and the world feels removed from time itself. The path to this place winds between terraces of vineyards and ancient olive groves, uneven underfoot and bordered by low stone walls, the air carrying the mingled scents of salt, pine, and crushed herbs. Moving slowly, we notice the smallest details: lizards darting among the rocks, the sun striking the tops of olive leaves, the faint ripple of wind through thyme and oregano, each sensation weaving a tapestry of presence that feels almost tangible. As we crest the final hill, the cove appears like a hidden gem, the water shimmering faintly with the last rays of sunlight, the sand pristine, and the cliffs rising around it in solemn grandeur, their jagged outlines softened by the fading light. We pause, letting the wind brush lightly against our faces, carrying whispers of the sea, the cliffs, and the distant pine, and the silence feels alive, almost sentient, as if the land itself is breathing alongside us, holding its stories in patient quiet. The sky transforms slowly. Gold and rose bleed into lavender, then into deep indigo, each color mirrored in the calm water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, light and reflection, that feels both fleeting and eternal. A lone boat drifts far across the bay, dark against the shimmering water, and its slow, steady movement becomes a meditation on time and the rhythm of life here, where each moment stretches and deepens when observed with care. The cliffs around the cove gradually darken, their textures softened by evening shadows, and the terraces of vineyards and olive groves above appear almost ethereal, showing how human presence has long harmonized with nature, leaving traces of work, patience, and devotion in every line of stone and row of trees. Sitting on a smooth rock at the edge of the cove, we let our senses settle into the scene: the gentle lap of waves, the faint call of a seabird, the whisper of wind through leaves, and the subtle fragrance of herbs crushed underfoot. In this layered quiet, silence is not emptiness but richness, a living presence that teaches awareness, patience, and the beauty of ordinary moments. After some time, we rise and follow a narrow path along the cliffs, the sea stretching endlessly to the horizon, dotted with islands that seem suspended between water and sky, their dark forms luminous in the twilight. The moon begins to rise, casting a silver ribbon across the water, linking the islands, the sea, and ourselves in a quiet, continuous reflection. Descending toward the village, the streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cool evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, the faint tang of lemon and herbs blending with the sea air. Villagers move deliberately through the streets, their voices low, their presence intimate, reinforcing the mood of quiet connection that has defined the evening. We stop at a small cafe by the harbor, sitting near the water where the boats rest quietly, masts reflected in dark water, and lanterns shimmering like captured starlight. A modest meal of olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs becomes more than sustenance, it becomes a continuation of the evening's meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of place, time, and the rhythm of island life. Afterward, we walk along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft rhythm that blends with the distant murmur of lantern-lit streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in a quiet, silver thread. Standing there, the 14th evening teaches once more that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and the patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through patient observation, through the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, and the subtle whisper of leaves, and in this attentive silence, we become part of the island's story. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glimmering across the sea, the 14th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our breathing, a reminder that the archipelago's whispered stories, spoken through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed its shores, shaping memory, presence, and understanding in ways too subtle to measure but impossible to forget. The 15th evening settles over the Greek archipelago with a serene inevitability, a quiet so profound that it feels as if the islands themselves are exhaling after centuries of sun, wind, and waves, revealing a stillness that belongs only to those willing to move slowly, breathe deeply, and witness without haste. The day had been spent exploring hidden trails between olive groves and vineyards, walking past small chapels perched on rocky terraces, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs sweet with sunlight, bread still warm from the oven, and olives plump and briny, carrying the memory of sun and soil. But as afternoon wanes, we are drawn once more toward the cliffs that rise dramatically on the western edge of the island, overlooking the endless stretch of sea. The path is narrow and rugged, lined with low stone walls built by hands long gone, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, and wild herbs and shrubs release delicate fragrances as the wind brushes through them. Each step demands attention, grounding us in the present, and every breath we take carries the mingled scents of salt, pine, and the faint sweetness of distant wildflowers, weaving a tapestry of awareness that connects us to the island's quiet rhythm. As we ascend, the village below shrinks to a cluster of warm, amber lights, the harbor curving like a gentle crescent, the water catching the last vestiges of sunlight in trembling streaks. When we reach a flat rock near the cliff's edge, the view opens fully, the sea stretches to infinity, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like silent sentinels, and the cliffs around us hold their dignity, framing the world below in jagged, yet elegant relief. The wind presses lightly against our faces, carrying not only scent but sound, the distant murmur of waves, the faint cries of seabirds, and the subtle rustle of leaves, all blending into a living silence that feels as if it holds centuries of stories in patient stillness. The sky transforms gradually, gold and rose fading to lavender, then deepening into indigo, each hue mirrored in the calm, shimmering water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality. A solitary boat drifts far across the bay, its dark silhouette barely moving against the luminous water, a meditation on the slow, patient rhythm of life here, where each moment stretches and deepens when observed with attention and care. The cliffs and terraces above the cove darken as twilight approaches, softened in shadow, revealing how human labor has long harmonized with nature, leaving traces of devotion and patience carved into every line of stone and row of trees. Sitting on the rock, we let our senses settle fully into the scene, the gentle lap of waves against the shore, the faint call of a seabird, the whisper of wind through leaves, the subtle aroma of crushed herbs carried on the evening breeze. Silence here is not emptiness, it is richness, depth, and presence, a living companion that sharpens perception and heightens awareness. Eventually we rise, following the cliffside path that winds toward a small, abandoned chapel. Its walls, weathered and cracked, reveal traces of devotion in faded frescoes, peeling paint, and wax from long-extinguished candles. Inside, the air is cool and fragrant with the ghost of incense, and the quiet is profound, almost sacred, carrying centuries of prayer, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened, and stars begin to multiply, mirrored faintly on the calm sea below. The moon rises, casting a silver ribbon across the water, linking the islands, the sea, and ourselves in one continuous, luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling air. The scent of cooking drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, the tang of lemon blending with the omnipresent scent of salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, their movements deliberate, voices low, reinforcing the intimacy and serenity of the evening. We stop at a small harborside cafe, choosing a table near the water, where boats rest quietly, their masts reflected in dark, still water, lanterns shimmering like captured starlight. A simple meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood seasoned with local herbs, becomes more than sustenance. It is a continuation of the evening's meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding quiet, the flavors carrying the essence of place, time, and the rhythm of life on these islands. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm that blends with the distant murmur of the streets. The night sky is rich with stars, the moon stretching its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in a silver thread of quiet contemplation. Standing there, the 15th evening teaches again that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through the attentive observer, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, and the soft whisper of leaves. In this attentive silence, we become part of the island's story, threaded into its memory. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 15th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure woven into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, spoken through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping our perception, memory, and understanding of quiet beauty in ways too subtle to measure but impossible to forget. The 16th evening descends upon the Greek archipelago with a quiet majesty, a stillness that feels both ancient and immediate, as though the islands themselves are holding their breath in anticipation, inviting us to witness a subtle layer of life that reveals itself only to those who move slowly, observe intently, and open themselves fully to the rhythm of the land. The day had been gentle, spent wandering along terraces of vineyards and olive groves, visiting secluded chapels perched on cliffs, and tasting the humblest gifts of the islands, sweet figs, bread still warm from ovens, olives bursting with salt and sun. But as afternoon wanes, a pull toward the northern cliffs draws us onward, toward a place where the land falls sharply into the endless sea and hidden coves lie cradled between rocks, quiet and untouched. The path is narrow and rugged, lined with low, ancient stone walls that have stood for centuries, their surfaces smooth under the hand, while wild herbs and shrubs release their faint, fragrant aromas when brushed by the wind. Each step requires careful attention, grounding us in the present, while the mingled scents of salt, pine, and earth create a tapestry that connects us intimately with the island's quiet energy. As we climb higher, the village below shrinks to a scattering of warm, amber lights, and the harbor curves gracefully, the water reflecting the faint blush of the fading sun in trembling streaks. When we reach a flat rock near the cliff's edge, the panorama opens fully, the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like guardians against the horizon, while the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged and yet elegant, framing a world suspended between earth, water, and sky. The wind presses lightly against our cheeks, carrying with it the faint whispers of waves, the rustle of leaves, and the distant cries of seabirds, blending into a living silence that feels almost sentient, as if the land itself remembers all who have walked here and is willing to share its quiet with us alone. The sky gradually deepens from soft gold to pink and rose, fading into lavender and indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the calm waters below, creating a subtle dialogue between reflection and reality, light and shadow. Far across the bay, a lone boat drifts slowly, its dark silhouette gliding across luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate rhythm of life here, where each moment stretches and deepens when observed carefully. The cliffs and terraces darken as twilight approaches, revealing how human labor and devotion have long harmonized with nature, leaving traces in the carefully carved terraces and gnarled olive trees that are almost sculptural in their patience and resilience. Sitting on the rock, we allow our senses to merge with the scene, the gentle lap of waves at the shore, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, the faint call of distant birds, and the subtle aroma of crushed herbs. Silence here is not absence but fullness, a living presence that sharpens perception, stretches awareness, and teaches that beauty is often found in the ordinary, the patient, and the small. Eventually, we rise and follow the cliffside path winding toward a secluded chapel perched on a rocky ridge. Its white walls glow faintly under the dimming sky, weathered and cracked with age, painted icons fading yet still holding the presence of devotion, the faint traces of incense lingering like memories. Inside, the air is cool and reverent, and the quiet feels sacred, carrying centuries of prayer, hope, and human presence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened, stars scattered across the heavens, mirrored faintly on the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver thread across the water, connecting islands, sea, and ourselves in one luminous, silent arc descending toward the village. Narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the evening air. The scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, the sharp tang of lemon mingling with salt and wood smoke, and few villagers remain outdoors, their voices low, movements deliberate, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative atmosphere. We pause at a small harborside taverna, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in dark, still water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A simple meal of olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, flavors infused with the essence of place, time, and the rhythm of life on these islands. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm that blends seamlessly with the distant murmur of the village. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, linking earth, sea, and sky in one continuous, silvery thread. Standing there, the 16th evening teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves through attentive observation, the sway of lanterns, the rhythm of waves, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this attentive quiet, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glinting across the sea, the 16th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into our breathing, memory, and understanding, a gentle, enduring promise that the island's whispered stories, spoken through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception and awareness in ways too subtle to measure but impossible to forget. The 17th evening settles over the Greek archipelago with a quiet intensity, a stillness that seems older than time itself, as if the islands have been waiting for centuries to teach patience, presence, and the subtle art of observation to those who are willing to listen. The day had been spent wandering the narrow, sun-drenched streets of a small hillside village, exploring whitewashed houses with blue shutters, tiny chapels adorned with fading icons, and terraces overflowing with olive and lemon trees, their leaves rustling gently in the warm afternoon breeze. As the late afternoon light softens, we feel an irresistible pull toward a secluded cliffside on the southern edge of the island, where the land drops sharply into the endless sea and hidden coves lie cradled between jagged rocks. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls and wild herbs whose fragrance rises when brushed, mingling with the salty tang of the sea and the faint scent of pine from the hills above. Every step demands attention, every breath becomes a thread connecting us to the rhythm of the island, and we notice the smallest details, a lizard darting between rocks, a cluster of tiny flowers clinging to the cliff face, the soft whisper of leaves in the wind, all composing a subtle symphony that only the attentive ear can hear. As we climb, the village below becomes a scattering of warm lights, the harbor a curved line reflecting the last glow of the sun, delicate and trembling on the calm water. When we reach a flat stone near the cliff's edge, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like timeless sentinels, and the cliffs around us stand in solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing the horizon with a quiet strength. The wind presses lightly against our faces, carrying the soft murmur of waves far below, the distant call of seabirds, and the subtle rustle of leaves, blending into a living silence that feels almost sentient, as if the land itself is breathing alongside us. The sky slowly transforms, gold and rose melting into lavender, then deepening into indigo, each color mirrored perfectly in the glassy water below, creating a dialogue between light and reflection, sky and sea, perception and memory. Far across the bay, a lone boat drifts slowly, its dark silhouette gliding across the shimmering water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life on these islands, where each moment stretches and deepens when observed carefully. The cliffs and terraces darken, softened in shadow, revealing how centuries of human labor have harmonized with nature, leaving traces of devotion in stone walls, terraced vineyards, and gnarled olive trees. Sitting on the rock, we allow ourselves to be absorbed by the scene, the gentle lap of waves, the whisper of wind through herbs, the distant hum of evening insects, the faint aroma of crushed thyme and oregano, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches the richness of quiet and the value of attentive observation. Rising at last, we follow a narrow path along the cliffs toward a small, abandoned chapel perched on a rocky ridge. Its whitewashed walls glow faintly under the deepening sky, weathered by time, the paint on its icons peeling but still holding traces of devotion, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverent presence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the moon rises, casting a silver path across the water that links the islands, the sea, and ourselves in one luminous arc descending into the village. Narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, and the subtle tang of lemon mingling with the ever-present aroma of the sea. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking in low voices, reinforcing the intimate rhythm of life and quiet observation that defines the evening. We stop at a small harborside cafe, choosing a table near the water where the boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, and lanterns glimmer like captured starlight. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood seasoned with local herbs, becomes part of the meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding quiet, the flavors carrying the essence of place, time, and the island's enduring rhythm. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm that blends seamlessly with the distant murmur of the village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous, silvery thread. Standing there, the 17th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this attentive quiet, we become part of the land's story, threaded into its memory. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 17th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure woven into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we depart, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty. The 18th evening descends upon the Greek archipelago with a calm that feels both timeless and intimate, as if the islands themselves have been waiting all day to share a secret layer of stillness reserved for those who move slowly and pay attention. The day had been spent exploring the undulating hills inland, walking past terraced vineyards and olive groves, and discovering small chapels hidden among the rocks, their faded icons and peeling frescoes whispering centuries of devotion. We tasted the simplest offerings of the island, figs plump with sun, bread still warm from village ovens, and olives that carried the concentrated flavor of soil, sun, and sea. As the afternoon softened toward evening, we were drawn toward a remote cove on the eastern edge of the island, a place where cliffs descend sharply to meet water so clear it mirrors the fading sky, and the sand is untouched, a pale crescent embraced by jagged rocks. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, wild herbs releasing subtle fragrances with every step, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the faint pine scent carried from the higher slopes. Each movement demands mindfulness, each breath a thread connecting us to the island's quiet pulse, and every small detail, lizards darting over sun-warmed rocks, clusters of tiny wildflowers, the soft murmur of leaves, becomes a note in a delicate symphony of presence. As we reach the top of the cliffs, the village below has shrunk to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor a curved line shimmering faintly in the last blush of sunlight, and the cliffs themselves rise in solemn grandeur, jagged yet elegant, framing the endless sea beyond. The wind brushes our cheeks lightly, carrying the faint call of seabirds, the soft rustle of leaves, and the distant murmur of waves, blending into a living, almost sentient silence. The sky slowly deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, and finally to indigo, each color mirrored in the still water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting and eternal. Far across the bay, a solitary boat drifts, dark against the luminous water, its slow motion a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried pace of life on these islands, where each moment stretches and deepens when met with careful observation. The cliffs and terraces above the cove darken into gentle shadows, revealing the harmony between centuries of human labor and the natural landscape, from terraced vineyards to gnarled olive trees and worn stone walls that bear the marks of patient hands. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we let our senses settle, the gentle lap of waves, the faint whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, the distant calls of seabirds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs carried on the evening breeze, all blending into a meditative stillness, teaching that silence is richness, a living presence that sharpens perception and stretches awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow path along the cliffs toward a small, abandoned chapel perched atop a rocky ridge. Its whitewashed walls glow faintly under the deepening sky, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint aroma of old incense lingering as a ghost of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence, and stepping outside again, the twilight has deepened, stars scattered across the heavens mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking the islands, the sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of light. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with the ever-present salt of the sea. Few villagers remain outside, their movements deliberate, their voices low, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative atmosphere that defines this evening. We pause at a small cafe by the harbor, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, and lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood seasoned with local herbs, becomes part of the meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of the village streets. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, linking earth, sea, and sky in a silvery thread of quiet contemplation. Standing there, the 18th evening teaches once more that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation. The rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this attentive quiet, we become part of the land story. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glinting across the sea, the 18th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure woven into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways that are impossible to forget. The 19th evening descends over the Greek archipelago with a serene, almost sacred stillness, as if the islands themselves are holding their breath, waiting for those who have learned to move slowly, listen deeply, and witness with full attention. The day had been spent wandering the western cliffs, following winding paths between ancient terraces of olive groves and vineyards, exploring hidden chapels whose faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the humble gifts of the land, sun-warmed figs, freshly baked bread, olives plump with the concentrated flavor of sun and soil. As afternoon softened toward evening, we felt the familiar pull toward a secluded cove nestled at the base of towering cliffs, a place where the sea spreads wide and calm, and pale sand is cradled by jagged rocks, untouched except for the faint tracks of seabirds. The path to the cove is narrow, uneven, bordered by low stone walls and dotted with wild herbs whose scents rise when brushed, mingling with the salt from the sea and the faint aroma of pine carried from the hills above. Every step demands attention, every breath becomes a thread connecting us to the rhythm of the island, and the smallest details, the flicker of lizards on sun-warmed stones, clusters of tiny wildflowers clinging to the cliff face, the whisper of leaves in the evening wind, compose a quiet symphony that rewards those who move mindfully. As we reach the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor a delicate curve reflecting the last glow of the sun, trembling on the calm water. From this vantage, the panorama unfolds fully. The deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like ancient sentinels, and the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged yet graceful, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our faces, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the subtle rustle of leaves, and the distant calls of seabirds, blending into a living, almost sentient silence. The sky transforms gradually, gold and rose fading to lavender, then indigo, each hue mirrored in the water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, ephemeral yet eternal. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the unhurried rhythm of life here, where time stretches and deepens when observed with care. The cliffs and terraces darken into soft shadows, revealing how human labor has long harmonized with nature, leaving traces of devotion in stone walls, terraced vineyards, and gnarled olive trees. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow ourselves to absorb every detail: the gentle lap of waves, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, the distant cries of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge. Its whitewashed walls glow faintly in the deepening twilight, weathered by time, with peeling paint revealing faded icons, the faint scent of old incense lingering like a memory. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, devotion, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of light. Descending into the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air. The scent of dinner drifts from open doorways: grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt and smoke, and few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking in low voices, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative atmosphere that defines the evening. We pause at a small cafe by the harbor, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A simple meal: olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of place, time, and the island's enduring rhythm. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm that blends seamlessly with the distant murmur of the village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 19th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation: the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glinting across the sea, the 19th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 20th evening settles over the Greek archipelago with a quiet grandeur, as if the islands themselves are drawing a deep breath after centuries of sun, wind, and waves, inviting those who have lingered long enough to witness a rare and profound stillness that belongs to the patient and the observant. The day had been spent exploring the eastern shores, wandering through narrow alleys of small villages where whitewashed houses with cobalt shutters glimmered softly in the late afternoon light, and discovering tiny chapels perched on rocky terraces, their faded frescoes and peeling icons whispering centuries of devotion. We tasted the simplest offerings of the land: figs bursting with sun, bread warm from village ovens, olives plump with the concentrated flavor of sun and soil. But as the afternoon softened toward evening, we felt an irresistible pull toward the northern cliffs, where the land plunges steeply into the endless sea and hidden coves rest cradled between jagged rocks, quiet and untouched by time. The path is narrow, uneven, bordered by low stone walls, and flanked by wild herbs whose fragrance rises with every footfall, mingling with the salty tang of the sea and the faint scent of pine from the hills above. Each step requires care, each breath a thread connecting us to the island's subtle pulse, and the smallest details, the flicker of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of tiny wildflowers clinging to the cliff face, the whisper of leaves in the evening wind, compose a quiet symphony that rewards attentiveness and presence. As we ascend, the village below shrinks to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor a delicate curve reflecting the last glow of the sun, trembling on calm water. From the cliff's edge, the panorama unfolds fully. The deep blue sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like sentinels, and the cliffs around us stand solemn and elegant, jagged yet graceful, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading to indigo, each hue mirrored in the still water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting yet eternal. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where time stretches and deepens when observed with attention. The cliffs and terraces darken in soft shadow, revealing the harmony between centuries of human labor and nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and weathered stone walls that bear the mark of patient hands. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow ourselves to absorb the scene fully, the gentle lap of waves, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, and the faint aroma of crushed herbs, blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Eventually, we rise and follow a narrow path along the cliffs toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge. Its whitewashed walls glow faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, faint incense lingering like a ghost of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying above, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in a continuous luminous arc descending into the village. Narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling with the ever-present salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative atmosphere of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A simple meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding quiet, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of the village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous, silvery thread. Standing there, the 20th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this attentive quiet, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glinting across the sea, the 20th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 21st evening drifts over the Greek archipelago with a quiet profundity, as if the islands themselves are settling into a gentle rhythm that has been unfolding for centuries, inviting those who have lingered long enough to witness the subtle, almost sacred interplay between land, sea, and sky. The day had been spent tracing narrow paths through terraced hillsides, where olive trees and vineyards cling to stone walls worn smooth by generations, and hidden chapels tucked among the rocks offered faint whispers of devotion preserved in faded icons and peeling frescoes. We had tasted the simplest gifts of the island, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, olives bursting with the flavor of soil, sea, and sun, and as afternoon faded, a familiar pull guided us toward the cliffs on the western edge, where the land plunges into the deep blue of the Aegean, and secluded coves lie cradled between jagged rock faces, untouched by the hurried rhythms of the modern world. The path is narrow and rugged, bordered by low stone walls and wild herbs that release subtle fragrances when brushed, mingling with the briny scent of the sea and the faint aroma of pine from the slopes above. Each careful step anchors us in the present, each breath becomes a thread weaving us into the island's quiet pulse, and every small detail, the dart of a lizard across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to the cliff face, the gentle whisper of leaves in the evening breeze, becomes part of an intricate symphony that celebrates patience, presence, and awareness. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to scattered golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling in the final glow of the fading sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the vast expanse of sea stretches to the horizon, dotted with distant islands rising like silent, enduring sentinels, while the cliffs around us stand in solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a world suspended between earth, water, and sky. The wind brushes our faces lightly, carrying the murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and the distant cries of seabirds, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and infinite. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into indigo, each hue mirrored in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between reflection and reality, ephemeral yet eternal. Across the bay, a lone boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life on these islands, where each moment stretches and deepens when met with attentive observation. The cliffs and terraces darken into soft shadows, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls standing as patient witnesses to the passage of time. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we let our senses absorb every detail, the gentle lap of waves, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but fullness, presence, and awareness. Rising, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, and the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky is dark with stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm water below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the sea, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in a continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, and lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 21st evening teaches that silence is not absence but richness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation. The rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 21st evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 22nd evening descends upon the Greek archipelago with a quiet, meditative grace, as if the islands themselves are pausing to draw a deep, patient breath, inviting those who have walked their cliffs, alleys, and hidden paths to witness the delicate interplay of light, wind, and water that has persisted here for centuries. The day had been spent tracing the western coast, following narrow, sun-drenched paths between terraced vineyards and gnarled olive groves, discovering small chapels tucked into cliffs where faded icons and peeling frescoes whispered centuries of devotion, and sampling the simplest gifts of the land, figs ripe with sun, bread still warm from ovens, olives that carried the concentrated essence of soil, sea, and sun. As afternoon faded, we felt the familiar pull toward a secluded cove along the cliffs, a hidden crescent of pale sand cradled between jagged rocks, where the sea stretches calm and wide, untouched by the hurried rhythms of the modern world. The path to the cove is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built by generations past, while wild herbs release faint fragrances when brushed, mingling with the salty tang of the sea and the subtle aroma of pine drifting from the hills above. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each inhalation a thread connecting us to the quiet pulse of the islands, and every small detail, the flicker of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of tiny wildflowers clinging to the cliff face, the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, becomes part of a delicate symphony of presence, patience, and observation. As we crest the cliffs, the village below is reduced to scattered golden lights, the harbor a gentle curve reflecting the final glow of the sun, trembling on the calm water. From this vantage, the panorama unfolds fully. The deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like silent sentinels, while the cliffs around us stand in solemn dignity, jagged yet graceful, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our faces, carrying the murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and eternal. The sky transforms gradually, gold and rose fading into lavender, then deep indigo, each hue mirrored in the glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting yet timeless. Across the bay, a lone boat drifts slowly, its dark silhouette gliding across luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where each moment stretches and deepens when observed with attention. The cliffs and terraces darken in soft shadow, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and weathered stone walls bearing the marks of patient hands and quiet devotion. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we let our senses settle fully, the gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant cries of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge. Its whitewashed walls glow faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of light. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt and smoke. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous, silvery thread. Standing there, the 22nd evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 22nd evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 23rd evening descends over the Greek archipelago with a tranquil, almost reverent hush, as if the islands themselves are exhaling after centuries of sun, wind, and waves, inviting those who linger to witness a delicate and enduring stillness that exists beyond the measure of time. The day had been spent wandering the northern cliffs, tracing narrow paths along terraced vineyards and gnarled olive groves, discovering small, hidden chapels where faded icons and peeling frescoes whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, olives bursting with the concentrated flavor of earth, salt, and sunlight. As the afternoon waned, we felt the familiar pull toward a secluded cove at the foot of towering cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled between jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, and dotted with wild herbs whose scents rise faintly when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the subtle aroma of pine drifting from the hills above. Each step grounds us in the present, each breath becomes a thread connecting us to the island's quiet rhythm, and every small detail, the darting of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of tiny wildflowers clinging to cliff faces, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, composes a delicate symphony that rewards patience, attentiveness, and mindful observation. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama unfolds fully. The deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands whose dark silhouettes rise like steadfast sentinels, while the cliffs around us stand in solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our faces, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels intimate and eternal at once. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into indigo, each hue mirrored in the still water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting yet timeless. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when observed with care. The cliffs and terraces darken into gentle shadows, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow our senses to absorb fully the scene, the gentle lap of waves, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in a continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 23rd evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 23rd evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 24th evening settles over the Greek archipelago with a serene, contemplative hush, as though the islands themselves are drawing a deep, patient breath, inviting those who have lingered long enough to witness a quiet beauty that reveals itself only to the attentive and the observant. The day had been spent exploring the eastern cliffs, wandering along winding paths that thread through terraced vineyards and groves of gnarled olive trees, discovering small, hidden chapels perched precariously on rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and savoring the simplest gifts of the land, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, and olives bursting with the concentrated flavor of soil, salt, and sunlight. As afternoon softened toward evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a secluded cove tucked beneath towering cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled by jagged rocks where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, lined with wild herbs whose fragrance rises faintly when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the subtle aroma of pine drifting from the slopes above. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each breath a thread connecting us to the quiet pulse of the islands, and every small detail, the dart of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to the cliff face, the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, composes a delicate symphony that celebrates patience, presence, and mindful observation. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below has shrunk to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the vast expanse of deep blue sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent sentinels, while the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged yet graceful, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our faces, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and eternal. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into deep indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting yet timeless. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where each moment stretches and deepens when met with careful observation. The cliffs and terraces darken into gentle shadows, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow our senses to absorb fully the scene, the gentle lap of waves, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in a continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 24th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 24th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 25th evening drapes the Greek archipelago in a gentle, contemplative calm, as if the islands themselves are pausing to exhale after centuries of sun, wind, and waves, inviting those who linger long enough to witness a quiet beauty that unfolds only to the attentive and the patient. The day had been spent wandering the southern cliffs, tracing narrow, winding paths that thread through terraced vineyards and gnarled olive groves, discovering small, secluded chapels perched on rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest gifts of the land, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, and olives bursting with the concentrated flavor of soil, salt, and sunlight. As afternoon softened toward evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a hidden cove at the foot of towering cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled between jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps or the passage of time. The path is narrow and rugged, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, and dotted with wild herbs whose fragrance rises faintly when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the subtle aroma of pine carried on the evening breeze. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each inhalation a thread connecting us to the island's quiet rhythm, and every small detail, the dart of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to cliff faces, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, becomes part of a delicate symphony that celebrates mindfulness, presence, and patience. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below has shrunk to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling faintly in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent, timeless sentinels, while the cliffs around us stand in solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a horizon that feels infinite and eternal. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and expansive. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, ephemeral yet eternal. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, its dark silhouette gliding across luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when met with attentive observation. The cliffs and terraces darken in soft shadow, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we let our senses absorb the scene fully, the gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 25th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 25th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 26th evening descends upon the Greek archipelago with a gentle, almost reverent stillness, as if the islands themselves are pausing to exhale after centuries of sun, wind, and waves, inviting those who have wandered their cliffs, alleys, and hidden coves to witness a quiet, enduring beauty that exists beyond the measure of time. The day had been spent exploring the central cliffs, tracing narrow, winding paths along terraced vineyards and gnarled olive groves, discovering small, secluded chapels perched atop rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, and olives bursting with the concentrated essence of soil, salt, and sunlight. As afternoon softened into evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a hidden cove at the base of the cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled by jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps or passing boats. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, and lined with wild herbs whose fragrance rises faintly when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the subtle aroma of pine drifting from the hills above. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each inhalation becomes a thread connecting us to the island's quiet pulse, and every small detail, the dart of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to the cliff face, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze, composes a delicate symphony of patience, mindfulness, and presence. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below has shrunk to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling faintly in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent sentinels, while the cliffs around us stand in solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and eternal. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into indigo, each hue mirrored in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting yet timeless. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when observed with care. The cliffs and terraces darken into gentle shadows, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands and reverent hearts. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we let our senses absorb fully the scene, the gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant cries of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 26th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 26th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 27th evening settles over the Greek archipelago with a quiet, contemplative hush, as if the islands themselves are pausing to exhale, inviting those who linger to witness a rare and enduring stillness that belongs to the attentive and the patient. The day had been spent exploring the western cliffs, following narrow, winding paths that thread through terraced vineyards and ancient olive groves, discovering small, secluded chapels perched precariously on rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs sun-warmed and sweet, bread fresh from village ovens, and olives bursting with the concentrated flavor of soil, sun, and sea. As the afternoon softened into evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a hidden cove at the foot of towering cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled by jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps or passing boats. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built by generations past, lined with wild herbs whose subtle fragrance rises when brushed, mingling with the briny scent of the sea and the faint aroma of pine drifting down from the hills above. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each breath becomes a thread connecting us to the quiet pulse of the islands, and every small detail, the darting of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to cliff faces, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the evening breeze, composes a delicate symphony that celebrates mindfulness, patience, and presence. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent, steadfast sentinels, while the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and eternal. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into deep indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, ephemeral yet timeless. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when met with careful observation. The cliffs and terraces darken in soft shadow, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands and reverent hearts. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow our senses to absorb fully the scene, the gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 27th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 27th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info. The 28th evening descends upon the Greek archipelago with a calm, meditative hush, as if the islands themselves are pausing to breathe, inviting those who linger to witness a rare and enduring stillness that belongs only to the attentive and the patient. The day had been spent wandering along the eastern cliffs, tracing narrow, winding paths that thread through terraced vineyards and groves of gnarled olive trees, discovering small, secluded chapels perched precariously on rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, olives bursting with the concentrated flavor of soil, sea, and sunlight. As the afternoon softened into evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a hidden cove at the base of towering cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled by jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps or passing boats. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, dotted with wild herbs whose fragrance rises faintly when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the subtle aroma of pine carried on the evening breeze. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each inhalation a thread connecting us to the island's quiet pulse, and every small detail, the dart of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to the cliff face, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze, composes a delicate symphony that celebrates patience, mindfulness, and presence. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent, steadfast sentinels, while the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and eternal. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into deep indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, ephemeral yet timeless. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, its dark silhouette gliding across luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when met with careful observation. The cliffs and terraces darken in soft shadow, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands and reverent hearts. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow our senses to absorb fully the scene. The gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 28th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 28th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 29th evening drifts over the Greek archipelago with a tranquil, almost sacred hush, as if the islands themselves are pausing to breathe, inviting those who wander their cliffs, alleys, and hidden coves to witness a quiet, enduring beauty that reveals itself only to the patient and the attentive. The day had been spent tracing paths along the northern cliffs, winding through terraced vineyards and groves of ancient olive trees, discovering small chapels perched precariously on rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs warmed by the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, olives bursting with the concentrated flavor of soil, sun, and sea. As afternoon softened into evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a secluded cove beneath the cliffs, a pale crescent of sand cradled between jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps or passing boats. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built generations ago, lined with wild herbs whose subtle fragrance rises when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the faint aroma of pine drifting down from the hills above. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each breath becomes a thread connecting us to the island's quiet pulse, and every small detail, the dart of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to cliff faces, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze, composes a delicate symphony that celebrates mindfulness, patience, and presence. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent, timeless sentinels, while the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged yet elegant, framing a horizon that feels infinite. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the faint murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and eternal. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, fleeting yet timeless. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, dark against the luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when observed with care. The cliffs and terraces darken in soft shadow, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands and reverent hearts. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow our senses to absorb fully the scene, the gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is abundant with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 29th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 29th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed, shaping perception, memory, and understanding of subtle, profound beauty in ways impossible to forget. The 30th evening descends upon the Greek archipelago with a profound, meditative hush, as if the islands themselves are drawing a slow, deliberate breath, inviting those who have lingered here long enough to witness a quiet beauty that exists beyond time, beyond noise, and beyond the hurried pace of the world. The day had been spent tracing the southern cliffs, following narrow, winding paths that weave through terraced vineyards and groves of gnarled olive trees, discovering small, hidden chapels perched precariously on rocky ledges where faded frescoes and peeling icons whispered centuries of devotion, and tasting the simplest offerings of the land, figs ripened in the sun, bread fresh from village ovens, olives bursting with the concentrated essence of earth, salt, and sunlight, and small bites of local cheese that carry within them the character of the islands. As the afternoon softened into evening, a familiar pull guided us toward a secluded cove tucked beneath towering cliffs, a pale crescent of sand embraced by jagged rocks, where the sea lay calm and reflective, untouched by hurried footsteps or passing boats. The path is narrow and uneven, bordered by low stone walls built by generations past, and lined with wild herbs whose subtle fragrance rises when brushed, mingling with the briny tang of the sea and the faint aroma of pine drifting down from the slopes above. Each careful step grounds us in the present, each inhalation a thread connecting us to the quiet pulse of the islands, and every small detail, the dart of lizards across sun-warmed stones, clusters of wildflowers clinging stubbornly to the cliff face, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the evening breeze, composes a delicate symphony of patience, mindfulness, and presence. Reaching the cliff's edge, the village below is reduced to a scattering of golden lights, the harbor curving gracefully, trembling faintly in the last glow of the sun. From this vantage, the panorama opens fully, the deep blue of the sea stretches endlessly, dotted with distant islands rising like silent, timeless sentinels, while the cliffs around us hold their solemn dignity, jagged yet graceful, framing a horizon that feels infinite and eternal. The wind brushes lightly against our cheeks, carrying the murmur of waves, the rustle of leaves, and distant seabird calls, blending into a living, almost sentient silence that feels both intimate and expansive. The sky gradually deepens from gold to rose, then lavender, finally fading into deep indigo, each hue mirrored perfectly in the still, glassy water below, creating a dialogue between sky and sea, reflection and reality, ephemeral yet eternal. Across the bay, a solitary boat drifts slowly, its dark silhouette gliding across luminous water, a meditation on the deliberate, unhurried rhythm of life here, where every moment stretches and deepens when observed with careful attention. The cliffs and terraces darken into gentle shadows, revealing centuries of human labor harmonized with nature, terraced vineyards, gnarled olive trees, and stone walls bearing the quiet marks of patient hands and reverent hearts. Sitting on a flat rock at the cliff's edge, we allow our senses to absorb fully the scene, the gentle lap of waves against stone, the whisper of wind through thyme and oregano, distant calls of birds, the faint aroma of crushed herbs, all blending into a meditative stillness that teaches that silence is not emptiness but richness, presence, and awareness. Rising at last, we follow a narrow cliffside path toward a small chapel perched atop a rocky ridge, its whitewashed walls glowing faintly in the twilight, paint peeling from faded icons, the faint scent of incense lingering like a memory of devotion past. Inside, the air is cool and hushed, carrying centuries of prayers, hope, and reverence. Exiting the chapel, the sky has darkened further, stars multiplying overhead, mirrored faintly in the calm sea below, while the rising moon casts a silver ribbon across the water, linking islands, sea, and ourselves in one continuous arc of luminous reflection. Descending toward the village, narrow streets glow softly with lantern light, warm against the cooling evening air, and the scent of dinner drifts from open doorways, grilled fish, roasted vegetables, fresh bread, lemon mingling subtly with salt. Few villagers remain outdoors, moving deliberately, speaking softly, reinforcing the intimate, contemplative rhythm of the evening. We pause at a small harborside cafe, sitting near the water where boats rest quietly, masts reflected in still, dark water, lanterns shimmering like captured stars. A modest meal, olives, fresh cheese, bread, and seafood prepared with local herbs, becomes part of the ongoing meditation, each bite heightened by the surrounding stillness, the flavors carrying the essence of the island, time, and the enduring rhythm of life here. Afterward, we wander along the harbor, the gentle slap of waves against stone forming a soft, hypnotic rhythm blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of village streets. The night sky is rich with stars, and the moon stretches its luminous path across the water, connecting earth, sea, and sky in one continuous silver thread. Standing there, the 30th evening teaches that silence is not absence but fullness, presence, and a patient unfolding of life's smallest, most exquisite details. The islands reveal themselves not through spectacle but through attentive observation, the rhythm of waves, the sway of lanterns, the scent of herbs, the whisper of leaves, and in this quiet attentiveness, we are woven into the story of the land. As we finally turn back toward our lodgings, leaving the harbor and cliffs behind, the moonlight glittering across the sea, the 30th evening lingers within us, a quiet treasure threaded into the rhythm of our own breathing, a gentle, enduring promise that the archipelago's whispered stories, carried through wind, water, and stone, will continue to resonate long after we have departed.